a journey to economic development. With this, I want to say pleasant good morning to you all. I'm Diane Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And I want to thank you for joining us today, where we're joining here live from the Gulf View Hotel here in Mandeville, Manchester. At this time, I'm going to invite Mrs. Marva Drysdale, an employee at the Manchester office of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, to offer a word of prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Let's stand as I pray the opening prayer. Thank you. Father, in the name of Jesus, the Son of the living God, we thank you this morning for life. Thank you for waking us up in our right minds. We also thank you, Lord, for protection and guidance for being here. And Lord, we ask you as we go through this day's proceedings that you be the first. Take charge. Whatever shall be said and done, it will be done in your name. And we ask you, Lord, that we will benefit from this meeting. And when we should have left here, Lord, we ask for your divine protection on our way homes in the name of Jesus.
You may be seated. Thank you, Mrs. Drysdale. We will now have the national anthem. Seated. At this time, I'll take the opportunity to welcome you all to this, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Labor Talks and Roadshow. Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security, Your Worship, the Mayor of Mandeville, Councillor Donovan Mitchell, Garfield Green, CD, Custos Rotolorium, Mr. Wayne Chen, President of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, and yes, he's walking in just now, Mr. Brandon Mako, unfortunately, is not here, Ms. Gillian Corodas, Divisional Director in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security with responsibility for industrial relations and other services. Mrs. Marva King Drysdale, who offered prayers. Other directors and members of staff of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, members of the business community and of the Employers Federation, job seekers, media partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Or I should say howdy, because we're in Manchester. Howdy? Uno hearty? Wonderful. We are coming to you live from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security YouTube channel, MLSS Jamaica, and we are also live on RJR. As indicated before, I'm Diane Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary, and I'll be doing the chairmanship duties today. And it is my pleasure to be your host for this morning's proceedings. Welcome to our Regional Labor Talks Roadshow here in the cool, refreshing, and serene parish of Manchester, the parish of my birth. Unfortunately, I stayed here less than a year, and I blossomed in the parish of St. Anne. This initiative, the Labor Talks Roadshow, is led by a dedicated team at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, driven by our hard-working and transformative leader, our Minister of Labor and Social Security, and our Minister of State, the Honorable Norman Dunn. Complementing the team in the ministry, we are ensuring that Jamaicans are informed, empowered, equipped with the tools necessary to navigate the evolving world of work. Today's event, therefore, is part of the wider island-wide roadshow series designed to increase public awareness and to spark meaningful discussions on labor relations and decent work in Jamaica. This is not a new initiative, but an ongoing effort to engage stakeholders across the island after successful stops in Montego Bay, St. James, and Runaway Bay in St. Anne. We are now proud to deepen the dialogue and pave the way for more employment opportunities in this region. The region comprising of Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. Our theme, Transforming Jamaica's Workforce for Greater Resilience and Sustainable Development, carries a profound message that we will continue exploring on the journey to ensure sustainable progress in the labor market. This is also significant as we are celebrating in Jamaica the lowest ever recorded unemployment rate of 3.5%. Just like the axle for a wheel, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is an important vehicle for movement and support. We are propelling and accelerating the government's goal of expanding the labor market, strengthening workforce resilience, and embracing technologies to enhance labor productivity. Equally important, we continue to foster industrial harmony, which is vital for advancing Jamaica's economic development and meeting global standards. Jamaica remains committed to leveraging our international partnerships in accelerating our sustainable development goals. The roadshow serves as an important information hub and a platform for action. Through today's presentations, discussions, and engagements, we are aiming to ensure that we are accelerating the pace of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, while preparing us to participate more meaningfully in global conversations and decisions. Additionally, this roadshow seeks to foster greater inclusion in the labor market by focusing on targeted employment programs for youth entering the workforce, for persons with disabilities, and persons who are in the rural areas of Jamaica, some of whom are usually not given the opportunity to participate in forums like these. This event also provides a one-stop shop for the services and information offered by our ministry. Today's roadmap, therefore, includes a variety of information sessions and interactive discussions covering strategies for improving efficiency and productivity in key industries and building workforce adaptability in response to climate change and other global shifts impacting the world of work. So job seekers, look ahead. Go, because you have the green light. At this job fair, several companies are hiring on the spot. This is a fantastic opportunity to get to make the right turn in your career, to get to your destination. And I've spoken to some of you earlier, and you are rearing to go. You're just waiting to get that opportunity. And I'm sure you will have that time where you can be interviewed and also armed with the information that can steer you in the right direction. So remember to remain professional and positive. Ask the clarifying questions and embrace the possibilities. I urge you to take full advantage of today's opportunities, whether by exploring new career prospects, learning about your labor rights, or seeking guidance on business development. The resources available through the Government of Jamaica and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security are designed to empower you as you advance in your careers. To our union members, we also welcome you as part of the tripartite arrangement. Your presence here is a testament of the collaborative work and effort that we are engaged in. To our employers in this region, I encourage you to continue investing in workforce development by fostering the environment of upskilling and reskilling. Indeed, a highly skilled and adaptable workforce is key to sustaining productivity and driving economic growth. Special words to our students and young professionals. We are all the future of Jamaica's workforce. Creativity, innovation, and adaptability will shape your communities and our nation's economic landscape. So embrace technology, commit to lifelong learning, and actively seek the opportunities for fulfilling career development to remain competitive in this ever-evolving job market. In closing, I extend my sincere welcome to you all for joining us, including our media partners who are here to help us to spread the news that we are on a road for sustainable development and workforce resilience. I also want to highlight and welcome the ministry's team, the dedicated team at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, who have worked tirelessly in planning and steering the road shows, and particularly this one. Your commitments and collaboration have been essential in making these events a reality. Through your collective efforts, then, we continue to strengthen our workforce and drive national development. So as we engage in today's sessions, let us stay focused on our shared vision, a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive labor market that empowers every Jamaican to thrive, not only in Jamaica, but also in the global economy. Welcome one and all, and thank you all for joining us today. At this time, as we are all about getting our workforce strengthened and being the first of which will come from His Worship, the Mayor, Councillor Donovan Mitchell, Mayor of Mandeville. We now invite the Mayor. Greetings.
Honorable Garfield Green, Custos Rotolorum of Manchester, Honorable Pernell Charles Jr. in his absence, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, industry partners, friends all, media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. No man, that is not a Manchester morning, you know. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, that sounds a little bit better. Let me add my bit of welcome to you to Mandeville. I know you would have had a little bit of challenge this morning, especially getting here. Myself was stuck in the traffic for a little while. So I can't complain because some of these things do happen. Madam Acting Pierce, I will leave during the talks this morning because as I speak, we are celebrating our first year of elections in Jamaica as councillors. But most importantly is that my councillors and my officers are in a training session with the Integrity Commission, and I want to be there to make sure that I get something, so I learn something, so at any time I will know what to do when I'm filling out that form. So I will leave during the course of the deliberations. Transforming Jamaica workforce for greater resilience and sustainable development. It is indeed a privilege to bring greetings at this important regional Labour Talk Roadshow, hosted by the Ministry of Labour and Security. This initiative under the theme Transforming Jamaica Workforce for Greater Resilience and Sustainable Development is not only timely but necessary as we navigate a rapidly evolving global landscape. A resilient workforce begins with education and skills development. The Ministry's collaboration with institutions like HEART, NSTA, and our tertiary and vocational institutions are critical in equipping Jamaicans with skills for the future. Programs such as labor market information systems continue to be the valuable tool helping Jamaicans identify opportunities in high-demand sectors such as technology, renewable energy, and modern agriculture. As Benjamin Franklin rightly said, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. In a world driven by technology, our workforce must not only keep up but lead the way in innovation and digital transformation. The Ministry's initiative, including Jamaica's Social Protection Strategy, are enhancing digital literacy and supporting entrepreneurship by embracing digital tools and innovation. We are ensuring that Jamaican businesses and workers remain competitive on the global stage. As Nelson Mandela wisely said, it's always seemed impossible until it is done. The strength of our workforce is not merely in its skills, but in its holistic well-being. I commend the Ministry for prioritizing fair labor practices, safe working environment, and robust social support system through programs like PATH and the National Insurance Scheme. These initiatives are does not only provide safety net, but also empower individuals and families to build resilience. Galatians chapter 6 verse 2 says, Bear ye one another's burden, and so fulfill the law of Christ. As a nation, then we support each other, we will all thrive. Our pursuit of sustainable development must be matched by our efforts to create sustainable employment opportunities. By collaborating with JAMPRO and NEPA, we are transforming challenges into prospect, particularly in ecotourism, sustainable agriculture, and the renewable energy sector. These industries promises not only economic growth, but also environmental stewardship, building a Jamaica where prosperity and sustainability go hand in hand. In closing, as we engage in today's discussion, let us keep our minds open to new ideas, our thoughts set on positive change, and our hands ready to work ahead. Proverbs 16:3 says, "Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established." By committing to initiatives like the Roadshow, we are not only strengthening our workforce, but we are building a legacy of resilience and sustainable progress for generations to come. I thank you, and may this session inspire meaningful dialogue, fruitful partnership, and tangible actions that transform Jamaica land we love. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Indeed, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. And I'm sure we will be open to new ideas to share while we share in this session today. With the government's vision as our guide, we will accelerate the conversation with our employers, who are a critical part of the driving force of transformation. With this, we want to welcome a member of the tripartite who is with us today, representing the Jamaica Employers Federation. Let us welcome the President, Mr. Wayne Chen, CD, to bring greetings.
Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary. You know, I was thinking, Costas, Mayor, and my colleague, St. Patrice Ennis, head of the Joint Trade Union Movement in Jamaica. And I say colleague, but I'll come back to that in a minute. I was thinking as I was coming up here, Madam Permanent Secretary, that it's ironic that this is my hometown, and I don't believe I have ever spoken in this town as president of the Jamaica Employers Federation, even though I've spoken in everywhere from Georgetown to Geneva to Apia and Samoa. I've been all over the world representing employers all over the Caribbean, North America, South America, Europe, and never in Mandeville. Is a very odd thing. But here we are this morning at a very, very important roadshow, and it was your officials that said, "This is Mandeville, I have to be here, you know." But they say a shoemaker never have a good pair of shoes yet, St. Patrice. And it's important I highlight my labor colleague, because as I was introduced as an important part of the tripartite arrangement. It's one of Jamaica's best kept secrets that social dialogue and partnership has really achieved great things for Jamaica. Where are we today? We're at 3.5% unemployment, the lowest in our history. Economists will tell you that we're actually at full employment. Everyone who is looking for a job has a fair chance of finding a job. But yet still we have a massive dilemma. The massive dilemma is sustainability, is the attainment of decent work, which my partner in the tripartite arrangement will tell you that we want better wages. We want sustainably good economic opportunities and jobs. And we're not there yet. Today's event is an important step in that road. How do we get our people better jobs? How do we get them to earn more? How do we raise productivity? I looked up the figure last night, and Jamaica's productivity rate is at around $9 per hour worked. By comparison, Barbados is about $17. The Bahamas is about $32. Trinidad is in the $30 range. How do we get there? The only sustainable way to get there is, of course, we're going to have some labor market reform. Our regulatory and legal environment. But as individuals, we have to ensure that we continuously upskill ourselves in market-ready things, what the market is willing to pay for. One of the areas we speak about is introducing technology and innovation into traditional sectors, as Michael Sampson, who I just met this morning, is doing on his farm in St. Elizabeth. This is a farming area. This is an area post-bauxite. This is an area of many service industries. What are we doing as individuals to take advantage of new and coming technology, new and coming management systems to make ourselves more productive, to make our organizations and enterprises more productive? Because the only way to sustainability and improved economic performance and sustainably improved earnings is greater and continuous productivity improvements. And this event this morning is timely. It is targeted. It's not just about finding our work, I would hope. It's also about sharing ideas that the things that we would like to have are imbibed personally into individuals and turned into practice. So I'm happy to be here, and I welcome you all to a productive day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, for those insightful words, as usual, without a script. So we know that it is coming from the heart, and we know your passion for labor market transformation. Let me use this opportunity to welcome to the podium another member of our tripartite from the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, the president. We notice that the union has been clearly in full throttle based on what's happening in the landscape. We know that there are several protests and so forth, but I know he is prepared to not just have the car throttle, but to ensure that there is settlement and harmonious relations as usual. Let's welcome Mr. Patrice Ennis.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I have to have a prepared script because I'm coming after the president of Jeff, and I'm supposed to say nice things about him. And so, but before Madam Moderator, Costas, His Worship, Mayor, the President of Jeff, I don't know if the minister is here, but if he is, not yet, on his way. Okay. Colleagues, fellow proletariats, yes, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Now, the theme is indeed timely, as my predecessor had mentioned. And on behalf of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, and that is an umbrella organization of the unions in Jamaica, about 11 of them, we extend warm greetings to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security on this occasion of the Labor Talk Show. The chosen theme, transforming Jamaica's workforce for greater resilience and sustainable development echoes the very principles that the JCTU advocates for. A labor force that is adaptive, empowered, and aligned with the nation's long-term development goals. In an era of marked by rapid technological changes, global economic shifts, and unprecedented challenges, it is imperative that the Jamaica workforce is equipped with not just to survive, but also to thrive. This roadshow highlights key issues that are central to the JCTU's mission: productivity and resilience for the future of work. As my predecessors mentioned, productivity is something that we all focus on, both at JEF, JCTU, government, all. It is indeed the cornerstone of economic growth and national competitiveness. However, true productivity cannot be sustained without a commitment to decent work. Decent work, employment condition, and promotes work-life balance. There is a direct correlation between productivity and decent work. When employees feel valued, protected, and fairly compensated, they are motivated, innovative, and committed, leading to higher levels of output and efficiency. As Jamaica focuses on building resilience for the future of work, it is essential that productivity strategies go hand in hand with policies that safeguard workers' rights and well-being. And I add here to recognize also collective bargaining as a fundamental right. Next theme, labor market supply, shortage of skills, mismatch employment opportunities. We're glad to have that theme as it addresses the gaps between labor market demands and workforce skills. The JCTU believes in the power of partnership among government, trade unions, private and current future employment opportunities. We believe in the tripartite arrangement. We believe, as Wayne said, it is one of the secrets in Jamaica, and what we need to do is involve more of our partners in this process, and perhaps not make it such a secret that persons are well aware that Wayne not only talks to me at these forums, it's mainly at these forums, but talks to me sometimes at other fora. But we do have a collaborative relationship, and we do have a ministry and a government that is also supportive of those kind of relationships. As we build an inclusive and resilient workforce, which is to include self-opportunities and self-employment, a resilient workforce is one that leaves no one behind. And this is a current ILO theme: leave no one, no worker behind. We must ensure that opportunities for meaningful work exist for all Jamaicans, regardless of gender, age, ability, or background. Now, the promotion of self-employment and entrepreneurship is a key driver for economic independence and community development, especially in underserved areas. Equally important is ensuring that self-employed individuals also have access to protection and resources that uphold decent work standards. The JCTU stands committed to working alongside the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in fostering dialogue, shaping policies, and implementing initiatives that will future-proof Jamaica's workforce. Together, we can create a labor market that is dynamic, equitable, and capable of supporting sustainable national development. As the discussion unfolds during this labor talk show, we encourage all stakeholders to contribute openly and constructively. It is through collaboration and shared responsibility that we will achieve the transformative change needed for a stronger Jamaica. So we at the JCTU fully endorse these initiatives, the Labor Roadshow, Talk Roadshow, put on by this ministry, and I also want to encourage and congratulate the ministry staff for the hard work that they do in putting on this function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, and also for highlighting the need for collaboration and partnership and ensuring that the tripartite, government, employers, and the unions can continue to work together to foster the dialogue that's necessary and also to ensure that we have this dynamic workforce. Thank you. I should indicate that our minister has been listening online. He is on his way here because he was at post-cabinet press briefing where he was making some significant announcements in terms of some of the transformation activities that are being engaged in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. So he will join us in person shortly. But before we hit the next milestone on our journey, we're going to take a short detour and enjoy some entertainment that will continue to fuel our spirits for the rest of the day. At this time, I'm going to invite Mr. Seymour Heron, our saxophonist, to present us with a cultural item.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. This thing is not working, you know. Good morning, everybody. Only a few over there. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was instructed to play only 3 songs, but I got the best news a while ago. Play until the minister come. So in the name of Jesus, traffic, hold up, minister. Nothing can reach her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, if it's time for those down on their knees. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Encouragement sweetens. Only 3 people. Encouragement sweetens. Yeah, so you're encouraging me. And because you're encouraging me, yes, my darling. Somebody just bring a cup of coffee for me. Praise God. I don't know why I'm urged to play this song. I have no idea. Yes. I highly appreciate you for doing this. Really, seriously, I was looking for an opportunity to do this. The Bible says, I boast in the Lord. In 4 months, I'll be 80 years old. Hey, to God be the, to God be the, I can't hear, I said to God be the
Glory. Wonderful. Congratulations and happy birthday when it comes. Last time we had someone with a disability who was our keynote entertainment personnel, and today we have Mr. Heron. Thank you so much. So, Minister, thinking that we have given you enough time to breathe, and we have had a smooth ride so far, and I hope you had that smooth ride coming into Mandeville, but we are about to hear from someone who will put the pedal to the metal and take us through the next phase of this exciting transformation in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I encourage you all to hold on tight. Our keynote speaker is about to take us on a ride through the vision and future of Jamaica's workforce transformation. Let's welcome our Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Colonel Charles Jr., to give the keynote address.
Thank you so much, PS, and good morning, still morning to everyone. Apologies for not being here earlier. I had to attend post-cabinet, which was not planned before. But of course, when you are called upon, you have to respond. Let me acknowledge His Worship Councillor Donovan Mitchell, my Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Jennings, and other officials from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mr. Brandon Macker. He's not here? Okay. All right, in his absence. We acknowledge the Costas who is here. We acknowledge my colleague and friend, Mr. Wayne Chen, representing the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, Evangelist Marva King Drisdale. Is Ms. Corodas here? On her way. Other members from the Industrial Relations and Allied Services Department in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Other directors as well, members of staff who are here, and members of the business community, media partners. I hope that I have not left out anyone, but good morning to everyone. The Member of Parliament, I know, is on her way. I actually was trying to hold off so that she could speak before me, but even though it is not usually protocol, when she arrives, hopefully we can give her an opportunity to say a few words. I was listening to some of the presentation on the way in. Technology has allowed us to now do our live streaming. And a lot of what is said is critical in our discussions around the labor market that we have now and what we want it to be in the future. And so I'm honored to be here in the Gulf View Hotel, where I was earlier this year with a number of graduates before me who had just finished some skills training program put on by Mr. Damian Young. And they were eager to get into the labor market. Now we are here discussing how our industrious people and the commitment that we have made to them can assist us in ensuring that the historic unemployment rate of 3.5 that we have is not just a number, but that it becomes more in terms of its meaning and how it impacts the lives of the Jamaicans that we serve. This morning, when we discussed at PostCab, the labor market, I was able to let them know that as a ministry, This is our third in our series of the major labor road shows. We started in Montego Bay, where we had, I think, the largest, Mrs. Millerstein, the largest one, maybe 1,200 persons were there. And then we went to St. Anne, and now we're here in Manchester, where we expect to have our 20 employers and to have the participants doing their on-site interviews and receiving job opportunities. This is just a part of a much more comprehensive effort to drive the resilience in our labor market. We've had maybe 44 in total for the financial year, right? And so, though we've had 3 major ones, there are several smaller and still impactful job fairs, information sessions, interactions, constructive social dialogue that we continue to engage and to have to make sure that Jamaicans are getting as much opportunity as possible to be prepared for the workforce. I know that, like me, many of you who are associated with the ministry or associated with organizations like Jeff, like the Confederation, you will have persons attending to you and saying, I can't get a job. What's going on? I sent out my resume to 50. One young man said, I sent out my resume to 50 persons, 50 employers, and I have not even received a response. I said to him, let me see the resume. When I saw the resume, P.S., I said, I can see why you have not received a response. Because in the first paragraph, he had 3 errors. He spelled Jamaica wrong. He put his address where he had his phone number. What I'm saying to you is, for many persons, there's a sense of entitlement that a job should just come to you. And a part of what we're trying to do is to expose your mind and expand your thinking that there is work to be done beyond the government, beyond our stakeholders providing opportunity for you. You have to be prepared to take on the blessing that is waiting for you. And we are here to help in preparing you. We have work readiness sessions, helping with resume writing, helping you to understand how to speak confidently. If I am going to be interviewing you and I walk through the room to go to the room that I'm going to interview and see you slouching, almost like you want to go back to your yard, it already starts to give me a perception of who you are beyond what you're going to present. And so a lot of what we do here at these road shows is have conversations with persons who are entering or seeking to enter the labor force so that they are better prepared. Before serving in the ministry, with my foundation at the time, I had the opportunity of putting together a workshop for about 14 youngsters up in what was then my father's constituency. At that time, I was very far removed from the thought of being involved in politics. But I was very involved in supporting him. And we had identified my group maybe about 15 years ago. These 14 youngsters who at least signed up for the opportunity, Mrs. Millerstein, to be engaged in career training. What we did with them is that as they walked through the door, we started to assess them. And we assessed how they walked. We assessed whether they said good morning, whether they asked to be seated. And there's a number of metrics that we had put together. And then we explained to them the perceptions that we had based on what they had shown us. And they were floored. When I mean floored, I mean blown away, because many of them realized that what we received was not the intention that they had. It wasn't a long workshop. It was just maybe 2 days of working with them. But when you checked the records that we had when they walked through that door first to their exit interview, the dramatic change and improvement came not just from being told how to structure a resume, how to make sure that you're compiling all of your experience and what it is that you see yourself being able to do, but more so in terms of the attitude. The attitude that we were able to pull out of these youngsters and to sort of sharpen them and empower them to understand that you may be competent, you may be capable, but if you don't have the right attitude, you're not going anywhere. Okay? So a big part of the discussions that I try to have whenever we have the road shows, whenever we have the information sessions, and even in my one-on-one discussions with participants who are job seekers especially, is to ensure that they understand the importance of the right attitude to complement the aptitude. It is critical if we're going to have productivity, if we're going to have the kind of ordered and organized labor force that we require, a labor force that is resilient and that can really respond to all of the evolving changes that we are seeing now with the gig economy and just the dynamic features that have come, particularly post-pandemic. The world has already changed. We used to say the world is changing. It changed a long time. It's done. It's changed. And continuing to change. And so what we call work and what we define as work is a moving target at this time. It gives us a massive work ahead of us. Let me welcome the Member of Parliament, Ms. Rhoda Crawford. Gives us a massive task in ensuring that we are creating the kind of inclusivity, because this thought, what was his name again? The gentleman who says he's 80. Mr. Heron. And I want you to note my words as an attorney who says he's 80. I saw him bounce a while ago and nearly lick the ceiling. So I don't know. But had my father been here, Wayne, he would laugh at Mr. Heron and say he's a boy. My father now in his 89th year and perhaps able to spring as much in his step. But I digress. It's good for us to see our seniors, our elders, who still have the drive and the passion to work. And so part of the inclusivity that we speak of in this evolving market is going to have to be giving space for persons who are seniors but still have the capacity, for persons with disabilities, for our youth, for persons in deep rural spaces who would not normally be deliberately sought after, for persons who are second-time job seekers. We are redefining how we approach the labor force and how we approach building up the capacity of the labor force. Now, we know that there are several industries. At this roadshow alone, we should have the employers from several industries providing at least 200 vacancies for our participants to explore in terms of the real opportunities that they can get. At every roadshow, I have made it my duty to make sure that I see at least one youngster who came in and left with a job, or at least with a date that they see as a practical, tangible step towards a job. And I must tell you, this is the real catalyst towards economic transformation and economic independence, which is really what the low unemployment rate translates to. Sometimes we say these numbers and persons, yes, you know that it means something good. But in your mind, St. Patricia says, about what that means? 3.5%? What does that impact me? I still want a job. What it means is that we have at least more than 1.5 million Jamaicans now working. It means that more and more we have to look towards not just defining you want a job, but the skills that are required for the new Jamaica, which is why even in discussions around the work permit system, we are very careful to indicate that we are ramping up, revising, refining our work permit system to digitize it so that we can bring in the workers who have particular skills that we don't have here. But the goal is that when you bring in labor, skilled labor, you must now transfer that skill to a Jamaican. And so we have attached conditionalities to many of our work permits because we should not have a closed door. We don't want a Jamaica where we are so stubborn that if we don't have the skill, or if we have the skill but the person doesn't want to do the job, which is at many instances the case, where we do have persons who could do it but they choose not to do it, we should open the door to persons who have the skill, are competent, and want to do the work. But that must be on a balance of skills in terms of bringing in the labor and ensuring that we're transferring the skills to Jamaicans so that we can have that increased and improved skill set here at home. Fostering an enabling environment, building an inclusive Jamaica. That's part of the goal of one of our new public campaigns to transform our country, the I Am Able initiative, which focuses on persons with disabilities and integrating them into the workforce as well. We are proud that in the last year, we have been able to integrate, firstly, 2 young, smart, determined young women who happen to be persons with disabilities who well, we started with 2, was it 3? 2, okay, yes. So we started with 2 that we were able to select from a rural women's agricultural program that they were a part of with the Abilities Foundation. When I started the discussion, a lot of persons thought it was just semantics, that we're just talking. But again, it goes back to what I said first about attitude. If you get the opportunity to really have a conversation with one of those young women that were participants in the agricultural program, you realize that for them, the challenge that they are faced with, whatever the disability, allows them to see the world in a different way. They don't take for granted what many of you take for granted. They don't wake up thinking that they must have had this day. Everything becomes a gift, a blessing, and so therefore the approach to the work is solid. It is a much more determined approach that comes out. And because of that, we have seen where, in addition to those 2 young women, we had quickly after a call for 2 more persons with disabilities, and we sent up 2 young men. They had a similar approach, and the result is similar. We now have a call for more specific, deliberate approach to getting persons with disabilities integrated into the overseas work program. And we're going to be doing more of that. And I raise that because it's a part of the inclusivity that we speak about in building a resilient workforce in Jamaica. I know that the president of Jeff and JCTU and the mayor and others have already discussed many issues in terms of the labor market and the variables. So I won't go into all of those to repeat that. But I do want to make reference to our Spiral project. The Spiral project, which is a groundbreaking initiative, is one that demonstrates our commitment to the mission of promoting a vibrant labor market. It is a critical project, $20 million in collaboration with the World Bank, that is going to help us to ensure that we build up in Jamaica the robust social protection framework that we require if we're going to see increased resilience and opportunity for our people. It was launched last year in November. And that is I would say, the mainstay project for us at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that is driving the significant reforms across social protection programs for our country. And it is important because it has a direct and massive impact on our capacity to have the robust labor force that we require. In just a few months, we have established from that essential government structures, including a project steering committee that has been set up, a technical working group that has been set up, that have laid the foundation now for the success of that program. I don't want you to forget that name, Spyro, because Spyro is going to serve as the catalyst towards us having in Jamaica a program for social security and for labor that will make us the envy of this region. We talk about unemployment insurance benefit, and that's another part of the discussions coming out of Sparrow. We have received cabinet approval already for the new unemployment insurance benefit, which is going to provide, again, another critical element in terms of the resilience of our labor force, with vital safety net for workers and their families during times of crisis. We have had the discussion on unemployment benefit for decades. When I say decades, it's older than me. And so what we see now is that the government is focused on getting things done. When we talk about resilience, the unemployment benefit is going to be one of the most critical features in terms of being able to help people who have that transition between jobs or in times of crisis to still stay afloat. And I know that it is welcomed by all Jamaicans. I want to lastly say, before I invite Oda to say a few words, let me acknowledge the team from the ministry. And I want to also acknowledge the tripartite partnership and relationship that we have between government, employers, and workers who are represented by the union. Jamaica stands as an example to many other countries. And we know that more when our international partners and friends from the ILO come and when they visit Jamaica. One of the first things the director asks is, can I come and observe one of your LAC meetings? And that's because of the history of it and the reputation that we have gained as a country, that despite whatever disagreements, confrontation that we may have, we have still been able as government, as employers, and as workers to put Jamaica first. And this is exemplary, and I ask that we give a round of applause for our representatives from Jeff and from JCTU, and we look forward to the continuing good relations. I know that we have a lot of work to do in terms of our sector discussions and in terms of the more detailed granular work that is required for us to drive Spiral and to build the resilience that we seek. But we are starting from a strong, very, very strong foundation. The Jamaica Productivity Center, I don't know if they spoke already. No? But we should be hearing from them in panel discussions. I want to encourage you to listen carefully to what they have to say, because all of the low unemployment and the movement towards 12 consecutive periods of growth and all of that, that requires productivity if it is to be sustainable. Productivity, productivity, productivity. Something we must repeat, so much so that we start to understand what it means. And that's why the Jamaica Productivity Center is going to be at the forefront of that mission, pioneering the transformative initiatives required to drive efficiency and performance across key sectors. You will hear from them and the discussions that they're having to integrate that in as early as our early childhood institutions, going way up to seniors. Lastly, the Jamaica Business Development Corporation should also be here to have the discussions on enabling entrepreneurship and small business operators. Yes, the backbone of our innovation and economic growth in our country requires us to have the JBDC, who will be helping in terms of empowering our emerging leaders and having discussions with those who have entrepreneurial passion to guide them. We're going to discuss real-world case studies, practical strategies, and proven best practices that will help to transform ideas into thriving business ventures. So we look forward to that as well. Again, and let me welcome Ms. Gillian Corodas, who is here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, today's roadshow is really more than just an information session. It is a platform for empowerment, for engagement, and for action. Our vision for a transformed workforce requires us as a country to have collaboration across government. So you will see other ministries being inspired to do job fairs. We have other ministries that we are working with to build out platforms so that persons in their sector can have access to seek job opportunities. We are working across government, we're working with private sector, working with civil society, so that as we chart the path towards the more resilient and sustainable Jamaica, we do so through continuous learning. As you know, we're lifelong learners, introduction of innovation, and inclusivity in the labor market. I want to call on each and every one who is here to continue to be a leader in terms of being the driving force behind what is our nation's progress. Whether you are here as a community leader, whether you are here as a business owner, whether you're a part of the media or just a passionate citizen that happens to be here, your active involvement is essential. I want to encourage you to be positive. Sometimes we speak so much negative into ourselves, into our business, into our country. Sometimes we cause ourselves to only want to see what is not happening. Open your eyes and allow yourself to see what is taking place good in your country, and to be a part of the process of ensuring that we continue the efforts to build on all of the historic lows and highs that we have that are driving us towards sustainable development. Let us unite our efforts to build that Jamaica that we want, where every individual will have the chance to thrive and not just to survive. Again, thank you to all who are here participating. A big thanks particularly to our employers and to the persons who are assisting in sponsoring employers or sponsoring. I know that some of the job seekers are also getting into support to come out. So thank you to the employers. Thank you to the respective agencies that are a part of this and supporting us. Thank you to Gulfview Hotel, and most importantly, a big thank you to the job seekers who have been confident enough to take the step to come out today. If you are hearing me and you have friends who you know should be here, now is the time to pick up the phone, call your friends, tell them to come by the Gulfview Hotel so that they too can participate and benefit from all that we have here today. Thank you so much. One love.
Thank you so much, Minister, for those inspiring words. And I'm sure you have outlined for us the roadmap that will enable us to have that clear view of where we want to go. With the kind of leadership that we have in our minister, he has shifted us into a higher gear, and we will definitely work towards a stronger workforce. Thanks again, Minister. At this time, we're going to invite the Member of Parliament for this area, Mrs. Rhoda Moy Crawford to join us and bring greetings. Let's welcome her.
Thank you so much, Acting PS Jennings. Minister Charles, I don't know if you have anything to do with the permanency, but Acting PS Jennings has been doing an excellent job so far. So I'm confident that if she remains as PS, the ministry will strive even more. No comments, Minister? Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning. It's very good to be here, and I'm very sorry to be late. But as you know, it's a very busy time, and quite a number of development is taking place across our constituency that requires my presence. We're developing roads, we're developing water system, and here we are today at a very, very important function. We're developing human capital. I don't know how many of you have stopped to notice that the Ministry of Labor is one of the most important ministries, because it is one of those ministries that deals directly with empowering people and looking after the welfare, especially of our most vulnerable Jamaicans. It's always a pleasure to see one of Jamaica's most successful sons, Wayne Chen. Also always very good to see our mayor of Mandeville, His Worship, Donovan Mitchell, my very good friend, who I will meet at a very important event later this year. It's always a pleasure to have Minister Pernell Charles. He's one of Jamaica's most hardworking ministers of labor and social security. And every single time that Minister Charles comes to Manchester Central, he comes with goodies for our people. So give him a round of applause. Of course, I must thank and acknowledge all the business operators, those who are providing employment opportunities. There are 200 spaces to be filled, and of course the many job seekers who are here. Without them, this event would not be possible. And for each of you who are sitting and about to be interviewed, I wish you all the very best in your endeavors. Of course, partnership matters. Government cannot achieve our ultimate goals and ultimate success alone. The ministry can't do it alone. The minister can't do it alone. Member of Parliament can't do it alone. Mayor can't do it alone. Councillors can't do it alone. We need the participation and partnership from the private sector. And I'm very happy that every time the government has called upon the private sector, they're always very quick to partner with us and to provide real opportunities to our people. I don't need to say much more except that I wish for all of us here a very successful day, and again, a very special thank you to the Ministry of Labor, especially our Manchester staff minister. They have been doing an excellent job, and we see how well. Give them a round of applause. Person's strength is often tested in crisis, and we saw how they were up, they were out, and how well they handled the relief efforts following the passage of Hurricane Beryl and so many other emergency situations that they have had to respond to. So thank you very much, and of course the media, always good to have you, because too often we spend so much time showcasing the negative, and of so many good things that are happening are not featured. So it's very good that the media is here, so that they can show the rest of Jamaica what is truly happening here. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Member of Parliament, for your greeting. And we recognize the work that is taking place in the parish. I couldn't find my way to the Manchester, the Mandeville that I knew. So we are coming to a close, but even before we close, I want to formally acknowledge two special guests that are with us today. and they will be introduced much later when they share in the panel discussion that we're having. But let us recognize Mrs. Ada Shim Hassani, consultant to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security under the Sparrow project, which Minister spoke about, and also Mr. Trond Henning Olaisen, another consultant with the ministry. And they have started to review and enhance the electronic labor exchange business processes and the labor market information system platform that we have. So let's welcome them. Could you stand, please? Thanks for coming. What a journey it has been today. We have come through some twists and turns, but we are clearly on the road to creating a more resilient and sustainable workforce. As we draw near to the end of this phase of the journey, I'm confident that with all the collaboration we have seen so far through our partners, the tripartite, as well as our job seekers and the guests that we have here, we're heading down the fast lane toward a brighter, better, and stronger workforce. At this time, I'm going to invite Ms. Gillian Corodas, the Director in the Ministry responsible for industrial relations and other services, to join us and to give the vote of thanks. Let's invite her to join us.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dion Jennings. And I should tender my sincere apology for being late. But the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, by the vision and instructions, directives of our Honorable Minister, has pledged support to Jamaica, that the MLSS will be on the go, and we have been on the go. So I'm actually traveling from Montego Bay, because we could not disappoint the tourism industry that wanted to ensure that the ministry's presence was felt in its appreciation of its staff. So please accept my apology. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security has a tremendous debt of gratitude to the Gulf View Hotel. I want to especially acknowledge the management and staff of the Gulf View Hotel that has really stepped up. Yes, you can clap them, man. They have really stepped up as a true partner to this ministry in staging this, our Manchester Region Roadshow. We have had a series of roadshows under the theme Transforming Jamaica's Workforce for Greater Resilience and Sustainable Development. And as Minister said, it is not just a roadshow. It is a true consultation so that Jamaica can move forward together. We have so far began the job fair, and I have been told that over 200 job seekers already have registered and are accessing, as we speak, opportunities that are life-changing. Acting Permanent Secretary Jennings, we want to thank you for your leadership of this ministry, and we recognize that your role is very significant in addressing the needs of the vulnerable, but at the same time, the most productive in Jamaica. Honorable Minister, your leadership, and I would have just said it, the MLSS on the go, has really indicated to Jamaica that as an active ministry, it is very important that the public not just knows our work, but feels the impact of our work. And this roadshow is part of the MLSS On The Go. Your contribution has significantly altered in a positive way Jamaica's labor market. We thank the leadership of the parish, His Worship Mayor, Councillor Donovan Mitchell, for opening the gates to Mandeville. Without your support as a parish, we would not be able to engage in this manner. We have two organizations that I'm almost going to say are part of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And they know themselves. The Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, represented by St. Patrice Ennis. St. Patrice, we thank you very much, because the workers of Jamaica are positive and confident that their interests and rights, fundamental rights at work, are protected. We acknowledge and thank the Jamaica Employer Federation, and it is very important that at a roadshow of this magnitude, the leadership of the tripartite is represented. And we want to also thank you, Mr. Wayne Chen. I know this is your backyard and your playground, but we want to thank you for choosing to be here with us today. It is very important. The employers, they are actively in this room, and they are also in the interview rooms. We want to express our profound gratitude, as your input is extremely important as we continue to provide and unlock opportunities for job seekers. Job seekers, there are many countries that today cannot boast that they have a historic reduction in unemployment, 3.5%. Jamaica, we little but we tallawa. And I want to say that it redounds to the success that we have had in mobilizing persons to gain active employment. And to help us in this pursuit, we have two consultants with us here. They were just acknowledged. We want to acknowledge and thank you for making the trek with us out of town to be here and to look and feel the impact that we make with the employers and workers of Jamaica. The U.S. Department of Labor, they have been on a roll with us, and they are on our program here. I want to acknowledge them because they have indicated that our roadshows mean a lot to them. Just last Thursday, they joined our Honorable Minister in studio, not in studio, but on radio, to indicate their strong commitment and partnership to employment of Jamaican workers. And for that, we want to acknowledge their contribution to the roadshow that we're having and to future roadshows. In this ministry, we are not without entertainment, right? Because we have to balance, it's a life balancing operation, right? And when we talk about work-life balance, we have to ensure that both the body and the mind is in sync. And we want to thank our saxophonist, because in Jamaica, for those who are visiting Jamaica, we don't do anything without our culture. And we thank you very much for your contribution. And at this time, I want to also acknowledge the presence of Member of Parliament, Rhoda May Crawford, and I recognize that despite your commitments, you made sure that this ministry would feel your presence today. And it is such an honor that we have commanded that level of attention from the leadership of this parish. At this time, ladies and gentlemen all, it is my distinct pleasure to have you here and to thank you for staying the course with us and invite you to continue as we move into the information and very interactive sessions. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Corodos. And I also want to acknowledge personally the team from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, particularly those from the parish office, Ms. Delanor Grant, the parish manager for the regional parish manager for the Labour Department. And so I want to acknowledge the team. Could you stand, persons from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, whether from the parish office or from the head office? Thank you so much. And as we close out, we will close out with another item from Mr. Heron. Is he here? Or maybe he gave us everything already. Let's give him a hand as he prepares. We will have a short 5 minutes break where you can stand and stretch, and then we'll move to the next session where we'll have the presentation on Jamaica, from the Jamaica Productivity Center. So let's take a 5 minutes break, as you wish.
Good afternoon. We are about to reconvene and kickstart the information session. Thank you. I see a nice smile on there. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your attention at this time because we're about to head into a presentation by the Jamaica Productivity Center. I am Melissa Kolash-Manahan, and I ask for you to join with me in welcoming our Senior Research Analyst from the Jamaica Productivity Center here at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. Sarah Buckland Reynolds. Please make her feel welcome.
All right, good morning, everyone. Or 1 minute before midday, so I am correct in saying good morning. I know everyone is probably hungry, that's why I'm not hearing your response very well, but good morning all the same. All right, wonderful. So how is everyone doing today? We're doing okay. I hope that's the response from everyone. All right, so just for protocol, before I begin, I'm hoping that the technical person up there will be able to get back my slide up there. But in the meantime, Custos Garfield Green, Minister of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., Permanent Secretary, Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Dion Jennings, and our moderator, the Mayor of Mandeville, Councillor Donovan Mitchell, MP Miss Rhoda Crawford, distinguished guests, industry partners, we have had, as was already acknowledged, Mr. Wayne Chen as well from the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. St. Patrice Ennis, President of the JCTU, and all our distinguished guests. Please pardon me if I have missed out anyone. I just want to welcome you again. Some of you have stepped out already, but I know I have to work to keep your attention at this time of the day, so I've actually prepared a very interactive presentation. If you have your smartphone, I would like you to go to menti.com. That's MENTI.com. All right, so in the meanwhile, well, the slides have not come up yet, but I will still proceed. Personnel upstairs, can you let me know if it is my laptop or your equipment? Do you need my help? You're okay? Okay, and we'll also need someone to please dim the lights so that when my slides do come up, you can actually see, because my aim today is to leave with you 5 strategies, 5 practical strategies to boost your productivity. So we've heard of some of the accomplishments, but how does that feed in to me as an employer, as a business owner, or even as an employee, right? Because our future of work, so my presentation had been up for some hours, so you'd have seen the slide. Can somebody tell me what you remember was the title? Were you paying attention? And what was behind? Boosting productivity. Well, is it on the program? Probably it's on the program too. Okay, all right. We actually have some giveaways. Hopefully my team will come in and actually have it to help me distribute. But I'll be asking you some questions, and we have a few branded items. So I'm hoping that this will keep your attention, all right? So, as was mentioned, I am the Senior Research Analyst at the Jamaica Productivity Center. Hopefully most of you have already heard of the JPC, but if you have not, who we are actually a department within this wonderful Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And our big task is to actually, we're the national entity responsible for promoting innovation, promoting competitiveness and productivity across sectors, all sectors. So how do we do this, right? So we have 3 units. we actually go on the ground, or technical assistance and services unit, and assist firms. We conduct what we call productivity audits. Show of hands of anyone who has ever heard of that service. That the Ministry of Labor actually has a service where you can get a free rapid assessment of your firm, your processes, your productivity, and get some feedback on how you can reduce waste, how you can operate and actually improve your processes. Has anyone ever heard of those services? No? Well, I'm here to tell you today we actually have a booth outside, so if you would like that, this can be a game changer, and we're trying not to just be here telling you ideas. We want to walk with you, right? So please do visit the booth, and we have our email address that will, our wonderful email address that will be on the screen later on the slide. Hopefully that will get your attention. So in addition to those audits, we do workshops, trainings, and my unit is the research and measurement unit, which basically looks at case studies locally and overseas and tries to feed it into policy building to make better decisions, more informed decisions. All right, so enough of that background. Back to what I said, I want us to be interactive. So I'll be doing this if I needed to change a slide, right? So can you please change? Change again. All right, I've already gone through JPC and our units, so we can move on, please. All right, so now I want to hear from you. I have 3 questions. So menti.com, there's a section for you to put in a code. The code here, as you can see, is 7467 5612. That's 7467 5612. All right, so ready if you're there. Ready, ready, set, go, ready. 1. All right, here already. All right, so I can go on. You're supposed to see a question there. And the question would be, have you experienced a significant change in the way you work in the past 3 years? So we're not even going back to COVID yet. Just the past 3 years in terms of technology or the style of how you have to work or the expectations of your boss. I want to see. So as you click on the answers, actually you should see it real time. I'm hoping technology does not fail me today because I'm not seeing the plugin. All right, persons at the laptop, can you see if it's loading? Do you see a loading symbol on the screen? If not, you could just escape. It's loading, all right? If it doesn't continue to load, if it doesn't load, I'm gonna just do it the old-fashioned way with the show of hands, but we have the backup, as I said, to press escape, go to Internet Explorer, and it's up there. So you can just show that. All right? Good. So I'm not seeing anyone. Remember, it's interactive. I want it to be interactive. All right. If you're having issues, let's just move on in the interest of time, all right? So just show of hands if you have experienced a significant change in the way you work in the last 3 years. Show of hands, no one, everyone is working the way they used to work. Wow. All right, nobody has changed. All right, okay, this is very interesting. All right, my next question then is, could your current job be automated, or are you concerned that your current job could be replacing, or that your skills could be replaced in the next few years? Does anyone have that concern? No, you don't have that concern. Does everyone agree with this young man? No, man, look like you all need to wake up. Wake up. All right. We're going to the discussion, but why do you say no? Just a quick 5 seconds. Okay, people problems that you have to solve, okay? All right. I love your perspective. Thanks for participating. We will move on very quickly, right? For participating, my team, someone had pointed out to me the thing. You can give him a pen just for participating, please. Thank you. All right. not to lose momentum, right? We're talking about boosting productivity and resilience for the future of work. We're using terms that I want to define. Can you please go back to the PowerPoint? The first term is productivity. We've been using this term, productivity, and I want one person to just help me to define that term, because it is something that it's flashed around and many persons have just a half definition of productivity. So I want to hear someone brave, yes, someone brave to tell me what you know as productivity, what you define as productivity, please. Okay, wow, give her a round of applause. She said, productivity is the attitude of the work that you put in, what you will get out at the end. I am so happy that what you mentioned, both, not just the profits, because some persons think is what you produce. Productivity is production. But it's not as simple as that, because you can have two, let's say 2 farmers, right? Both of them produce 5 tons or 50 tons of breadfruit. And the farmer 1 planted 50 seedlings. Farmer 2 only planted 25. Who is more productive? They both had the same output, the same 50 tons. But one planted half the amount, one had less inputs, but was able to convert it to the same amount as someone who planted more. The one who planted less, he was able to use his smaller resources, double it up. This is what we need, right? It's not just what you produce. So it's important, the processes. So there are 2 terms, efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency that we're going to deal with, and I'm giving you the keys to these, so just bear with me. This is just preliminaries. Efficiency is how much can you produce. How well you produce is how effective. So we're not only looking at the quantity, we're looking at the quality. All right? Bear that in mind. Next term is resilience. You're going to see a person who is trying to hold up some falling dominoes. Sometimes our workplaces feel like that. Everything is changing and falling. The dynamics of everything, things are disrupting. So resilience is another key term that we have been putting forward in this ministry as very important in this period of change in the future direction of work. So what do we mean by this word? It just really means if there's changes around you, can you adapt? Can you adjust to recover quickly from the disruption? All right, so when I'm talking, this is all I'm talking about. And I'm going to be giving you 5 strategies to be literally READI. These are an acronym that hopefully will stick with you to help you to navigate and be more productive for the future of work, all right? Before I move on, there's another Menti exercise, but I'll just do the show of hands. It's a 1-word vision of the future of work. How do you, wherever you are from, perceive the future of work to be? All right, I want 3 answers, and remember we have things given away if you participate, so don't be shy. I know it's probably not conventional in this kind of setting, but I like to interact. So just help me out. Think of future of work. What do you think of when you hear that term? The future of work. Less labor. Okay. All right, so another, you can give her, Brandon, you can also help with the distribution or whoever was put in charge. Yeah? AI, all right, and a 4-day work week. All right, we all want that? Anybody's against that here? No? Okay, all right. All of those are very valid. We're going to be talking about that, and the disruption, because everything has pros and cons, right? So we're going to have to see how, as employers, how can we adapt? As employees, how can we adapt that all of these changes? Because if we have a 4-day work week, we're going to have to adjust the pace that we work and how much we do if we're going to maintain and even improve our productivity. The key issue here is navigating change. Are you ready? Okay, so really we're looking at transformation. How will it be transformed given the economic and social changes? So enough of that introduction. Ready. R is being relational. E is being environmentally conscious. A is being agile. D is digitally ready. And I is being innovative. All right, we're going to go through each. So be ready, be relational, be environmentally conscious, be agile, be digitally ready, and be innovative. Don't take these lightly. These, I'm just distilling information from a lot of research that has gone into just 5 keys from case studies. So I'll be sharing some case studies from India, from Singapore, from Germany that we can emulate, right? So first, what do I mean by relational? You can move to the next slide, 2 slides. 2 slides, yes. All right, you see this spinning globe? That is how our world is now. We're living in a more and more globalized, more connected world. But that, while that has facilitated a lot, it also has made more complexity in several things that we have to do as employers and employees. So what is our solution? Our solution is to be strategic in partnerships. What do I mean by that? It just means to have agreements between businesses to collaborate. And why is this such a key to be ready for the future of work? Why? Some of the benefits, next slide. Benefits includes sharing knowledge, sharing resources, right? So our mayor just spoke about Jampro and NEPA and the strategic partnership that they enjoyed, right? There are many things that we cannot do on our own, and we usually try and fight it out on our own, but we do have to change that mindset. It's not that we're gonna just be random. We have to be strategic, as the word suggests, but being relational, do not underestimate the power of that. It offsets our weaknesses, fosters innovation, expands markets, right? And especially if you're a startup, I don't know if there's anyone who has a startup right now, show of hands. Would you say your business is in a startup stage or wants to actually do a startup? One, all right, at least there's this one. So one good thing about strategic partnerships is enhancing your credibility. So if you find someone else that you can actually collaborate with and you actually enter the market with that partnership, that can be a very big stepping stone, right? So it's very important as a foundation, being relational to be ready for the future of work. We have a success story just speaking about the highway, the partnership between the government and the private sector, increasing our efficiency and travel time. Many of us went on the highway. So I just want to find out from you, what is your relational partnership, whether you're an employee, whether you're an employer, that would bring you towards your productivity highway, right? So we are on the road show. We need to think how we're going to move forward. So R means relational. Good. Now next to E. Or E is environmentally conscious. Why am I bringing environment into the future of work? Well, from statistics in terms of health, in terms of market trends, in terms of policies, this is the direction that every industry is actually going. I have some stats that I'm going to show you quickly. Can you move on, please, with the slide? All right, someone is operating the slide. All right, while they are doing that, for your health, did you know that if you work in an environment that is not polluted, so you don't work where you have the exhaust and the pollutants, you can double. Research from the Harvard Business Review actually shows that 50 to 100% increased performance is usual among workers in non-polluted environments compared to those who work in polluted environments. So just by changing your workspace, if you can, some things are not changeable, but at least by protecting your health, that can help you to be more productive on a personal level. But if you are a producer or an employer, think of market trends as well. Why am I putting environmental consciousness as a key to be ready for the future of work? Look at Google searches. Between 2017 and 2022, there has been a 130%, that's more than double, increase in Google searchings for persons looking for sustainable products. What does that mean? That's the market trend. Persons who actually have products that are marketed as sustainable actually have a growth rate of 2.7 times faster than those who are not marketed as sustainable. So let's say I'm marketing soap. If I say it's a natural soap and it is actually true and it's a sustainable product, you're more likely to get traffic, right? So I have a case of NWC, for example, that is putting in their floating water system project over the Mona Reservoir, and this has been saving, or is projected to save, millions, right? So being environmentally conscious can have an upfront investment, but the research is there. The returns are worth the investment, all right? So just to wake you up, tell me, what is RE, please? Relational and environmentally conscious. Wonderful. We are halfway. A is agile and adaptive. All right. We have heard the expression as agile as? Right. What is this monkey doing? It's swinging from tree to tree. All right. And the monkey has his reasons why he wants to swing from tree to tree. But think of it as us having to change. You see an opportunity elsewhere. You have to make the decision to not fall, but to move in a way that can be flexible enough, act timely, and be committed in your move to actually survive. So I wanted to just have this image in your mind before I go in. So I have a quote from the World Economic Forum. This is from a report that was published just last month. It is fresh, and I want you to pay attention because I'm going to be listing very soon the 15 jobs or 15 skills that have been listed here as being most in demand for the next 5 years. So if you are a job seeker or anyone, many of these also include soft skills, as Minister Charles had mentioned about the more demand of soft skills as well, all right? So pay attention. This is something that's important. So why should we be agile? Because change is inevitable. And this says here, the shifts in the job market. So trends such as technological advancements, economic uncertainty, demographic shifts, geo-economic fragmentation, and the green transition are predicted to create 170 million jobs, displacing 92 million roles, but with a resulting in a net increase of 78 million jobs by 2030. 2030 is just 5 years from now. So we will, yes, there will be changes in our job roles. Some jobs will be taken over. However, there is a net increase, right? So what does that mean for you? What does that mean for me? That means that we'll have to reskill. We'll have to be adaptive to try and fill these new demands in the job market that are coming up. And I want to, again, have a thing here, the same man with the dominoes. Why do we need to shift? We have natural hazards, especially in where we're situated. Hurricanes, earthquakes, we have geopolitical shocks. All of these different things, the demographic shifts, as was alluded to earlier with our wonderful saxophonist. We have populations who are aging but are still able to work. So how can we as a workforce, how can we as policymakers be adaptive enough that we can maximize the productivity potential of our population, right? Again, more stats, because as you, I want this to be evidence-based, right? It is projected by LinkedIn in their report, recent report, that 59% of the global workforce will need upskilling, more than half. So I have my PhD. Many of you might have the same level or other things that you're doing, but I have to continuously improve myself. My studies a decade ago are not necessarily where the job market is now. And so that's the attitude that we have to have, no matter how high our education is, no matter where we are. It's important that we still realize we not become complacent, right? So that's what I want to get into you today. Be agile, right? And what I mentioned about what it means. I'm going to give you 3 keys of being agile. Can you move on, please? The speed. How quickly can you as an employer identify and learn the skills that your organization needs? Maybe you realize that since the COVID pandemic, your supply chain has changed. How can do you just complain? Do you just keep doing the research and seeing the problem, or are you becoming solution oriented, seeing if you need a new role in your organization, right? How committed are your employees to apply the learning opportunities that you receive, and flexibility. I just need to do a time check. I don't know who is doing the time check. If I have about 10 minutes that I can spare, but if not, I'll just speed in the interest of time. I promised you a list of 15 skills. They're on the next slide. I can continue? All right, wonderful. So, if you want to take a photograph, take a photograph, but this is in the Future of Jobs 2025 report. This is cutting edge. These are the skills that we need to be adaptive towards. Top is AI and big data. That can be a whole presentation in itself. We're going to touch a little on it when the digitally ready portion. But it's not only that, right? We have networks and cybersecurity, technological literacy, but then most of the other skills are soft skills, right? Creative thinking. Can you think outside of the box, right? Resilience, flexibility, agility, curiosity and lifelong learning, leadership and social influence, right? So learning how to be a leader, managing talent, analytical thinking, environmental stewardship, systems thinking about the interconnections in inputs and outputs, and just knowing how to improve the flow and processes of what you do, right? Motivation, self-awareness, empathy, and active listening. I'm hoping that we will be active listeners, so you can be following along, right? Design and user experience, and then service orientation and customer service. So please pay attention to these. This is where the world is going. This is where the future of work is going. This is why we are showing you this, to give you the tools to be ready. All right? Last two are being digitally ready and being innovative and entrepreneurial in your mindset. Right? Okay. I'm sure that's probably what you thought I was going to do my entire presentation on, because everything is digitization and digitalization, but for good reason. But I also wanted to highlight the other things, the other soft skills. So let me give you 2 stats. All right, we see 45% on the screen. There's a term here that's called a high digital maturity firm. Part of it is further down here. What that simply means is that if your organization effectively integrates technology into its operations, right, and into its culture and its strategy, you will more than likely increase your revenue by 45%. And this is from Deloitte, D-E-L-O-I-T-T-E Insights. All right, so you can read up more on that. So what can you do with 45% increase in your revenue? Business owners, tell me, what does that mean tangibly if your revenue increases by 45%? Tell me, what would you do now with that in your pocket? More investment, wonderful, wonderful. Do we have any more prizes? Remember, I want you all to talk to me. I'm not gonna be just talking to myself, all right? Didn't hear. Offer more employment. That's a wonderful way to think, both of you. All right, thank you. So my team. Buying equipment. I'm so happy that you're all thinking about reinvestment, right? And not just spending. But even if you're not a high digital maturity firm, even if you're a low digital maturity firm, but you do incorporate some digital investment in your operations, they still experience some increase in revenue by 15%. So the point is, even if you have to start small, there is a marked improvement in your revenue if you incorporate digitalization. But some people might think, can move on to the next slide, please. Some people might think, oh, this is just for persons in computer science fields if you're a techie, but no. You can be in construction. We have something called digital twinning, right? Anybody ever heard of that, right? You don't have to have the physical model of your construction site. Anyone heard of that before? Digital twinning, right? We can do it in office administration. I'm not sure if any of you have used read.ai or any of those technologies before in your meetings to help you with compiling minutes, right? Has anyone heard of that? Show of hands. Or a similar one? At least I see one. All right, great. All right, so it's for any firm, right? And it can really mean the difference between Recovery Drive and Recession Street. Because we found that firms that have digitalized have reduced their sales loss by 2% from the recession, and firms that have digitalized before a recession have reduced their sales loss by 4%. This might sound small, right? 2%, little 2%, but think of this. If you had $1 billion worth of sales and you had a 2%, if you could avoid 2% loss, tell me how much you would have saved. Mathematicians. $1 billion, but you saved 2%. Sometimes the numbers help you too. But if you can't calculate it, I think I heard it. 20 million? $20 million of savings if you had $1 billion worth of profit, right? So you try. This is no small impact, even though the numbers might look small. But the issue that we have here is that Jamaica is lagging behind. This is from a 2021 survey, a Caribbean-wide survey that found that Jamaica has the second lowest AI usage in the Caribbean. Hopefully within the last 4 years, this statistic would have changed, right? But there's somehow some skepticism among some managers. Some persons think that their roles will be taken away. I was speaking some months ago to a group in Boulevard Baptist Church, and a lady was telling me that she's wondering about if her role is going to be redundant from AI, right? So this is something that we still have to address, to look at the complementarity between the human element, the emotional intelligence, as well as making AI do its job to help you be more efficient, right? All right, let's move on quickly. I'm going to be just quickly going through the case studies for India. So we're looking at manufacturing, services, and tourism. India has among the highest incorporation of digitalization in the world in their services sector, right? So we look at them, and some of these things are basically simple that we already have access to here in Jamaica, right? Cloud computing, things even simple as utilizing storage platforms such as Google Drive or OneDrive to make sure things are streamlined better, data analytics, artificial intelligence, right? So Jamaica has a growing business processing outsourcing sector, and it can adopt these technologies to improve, right? And that can help us. We can improve project management, client interactions. We look at Germany for manufacturing. We have the Internet of Things that have been integrated in the case of German manufacturing, where they have sensors that can detect equipment failure real time. So you don't have to have someone monitoring all the time, right? I mentioned about digital twinning and automation. And so in Jamaica, why don't we, even small-scale manufacturers, start with basic tools? I have on the next slide a list of some AI tools that can be used in project management, right? And if you want a copy of this afterwards, we have Asana, we have ClickUp, some of these things that you've seen on ads on YouTube, even though sometimes ads are annoying, it makes use to actually explore them, right? Because many of them have free plans to just help you get your feet wet a bit. You don't have to be afraid of these things because they can make a real difference. I will be wrapping up very soon. This is the last case study. Singapore, tourism, right? Singapore actually had a program that they call the Tourism Accelerator Program, and it has been very revolutionary, right? So they incorporated it throughout the entire tourism industry, including energy saving, temperature control, food and beverage robots, data analytics. And in Jamaica, we rely so much on tourism. Why don't we use it to increase efficiency in planning itineraries? Why don't we continue to do that? And our ministries have been making headway in that. In the recent tourism conference that was held, there were a lot of good things going on. So in closing, it would have been really good if I could find 10 business owners to stand up, but I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to get 10 to stand, because people don't even want to speak unless they stand, right? But, all right, why? Why do I want that? If I saw 10 business owners standing in here, unfortunately, if you're representing the businesses in Jamaica, at least 40% of all businesses will die in the next 10 years, and we don't want that to be any of us in here who are business owners. I want it to be a statistic that you remember, right? I do not want any of you to fail. We are trying to build you up. But I want you to know, being productive takes effort, but you can be ready with these 5 steps, right? So it does not have to be you. Why do they fail? If they don't figure out how to change their entire company to accommodate new technologies, right? So it does not have to be you. Can you be ready? I have a prize for the person who can tell me again what is ready, because I want it to stick. This is just the key. Am I ready? Tell me, somebody who is brave. Please do not show it on the screen yet. Okay. Relational. Because if everybody is speaking, I won't be able to give one person a prize. She started first. You want to try? Do you know all 5? All right, you said relational. What was the second? Okay, great.
Relational, environmental, agile, digital, and innovative.
Okay, wonderful. Give her a round of applause. All right, great. So will you say you're ready? Are you ready? Do you feel at least you can get ready for the future of work to be more productive? Yes. I'm so happy I hear yes. And anybody who feels no will walk with you. As I said, Jamaica Productivity Center, we do audits at firms. We go on the ground side by side with you to help you to become more productive. We have a survey. Usually we want feedback in what you want to hear. How was the presentation? There's a QR code that should be shown here if you'd like to do that survey to give us your feedback. And then on the next slide, we have our email address if you need to reach out to us. That is, if you have pen and paper, I'll just say it. It's jpc@mlss.gov.jm. All right, so thank you for listening, and hopefully we'll all be ready for the future of work. And blessings to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Buckland Reynolds. Did you all learn something today? Yes, because I heard the answers to the questions being asked, and I really, really appreciate you participating. And I think some persons won some prizes. Have you all gotten your prizes already? No? Right. Are there any questions for Dr. Buckland? No question? That crystal clear? Wow. Dr. Buckland Reynolds, crystal clear. Everybody understood? Oh, so I'm sorry. One question. Could I have a roving mic, please?
Thank you. Dr. Buckland noted that they will assist with a productivity audit. Did you say it was free? And how do we go about that?
All right, so thanks for that question. There are two types of audits. We have a rapid assessment, snapshot audit. That one is free. The other one is not. So to contact us if you have a pen and paper, and it's on the next slide. Oh, it's here. Email JPC. Sorry, my eyes are not focusing because I can't remember who were the mic. You. Okay, jpc@mlss.gov.jm. Yes, you can always snap it. But
and you do manufacturing as well?
Right, any type of industry. We've done Grace Kennedy, we've done several large and small businesses. So you're welcome to email us and we'll contact back to you. Thanks so much for the interest.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, right there.
So we started with the idea of people problems. Right, so maybe from your experience, you could probably guide us. So there are those in our organizations that believe their jobs could be overtaken with technology, and as a result, there is some amount of resistance to acceptance. It gets worse when they begin to put themselves in overdrive in an effort to demonstrate that you really don't need the technology because I can produce optimally. And that affects the human part of the persons, right? So from your experience, is there any kind of guidance in overcoming this particular problem? Because it's real.
All right, thank you for that. That's a very deep question. It has to do with trust, and changing the mindset is something that has to be a process. I think employers can do, you mentioned emotional intelligence before, they can reassure their staff that you're just incorporating technology not to replace the human element, but to complement it, right? I believe the unions are also there to assure our workers that their jobs, they have the right to lobby, right? And so I believe it has to do more on the soft skills side and encouraging them to upskill, that it's not something that, just as the skills that they have for their job, incorporating technological skills will actually be an asset to let them be more secure. But I do think a big part of this has to do with soft skills, because changing mindsets from the psychological point of view is not a rapid overnight process. So I don't have a fulsome response, but those are the ideas that come to mind. I don't know if anyone in the audience has a similar case study that they wanted to share, if anyone from your organization was resistant to change in technology use, and if you were successful in at least letting them get their foot wet in it. That would help the conversation. That's why we're here, to share our experiences. But really, you have to walk with them and reassure them that you're not incorporating technology to replace. They will have to try and reskill, but whether or not it's technology, it would be some other change that they would have to try and be adaptive to, right? And so just incentivizing skill sets we have the TIU that is offering free courses on AI and technology, right? So things that if you're in the public sector, that is available through the RUN project. And so offering them opportunities to learn more about what this really entails and working with them through emotional intelligence and showing them that this is not really our intention. This is to just help with processes. So hand in hand with technology, not tech versus man. All right?
Produce pudding. I'm a person that produce pudding. I do puddings.
Okay,
and
great.
Somebody came to my house and saw me grating the coconut. And the person said to me, say, look here, Maisie, it would be easy for you if you have a booster. You would just cut up your coconut and in no time you get it out. And really, I have a sharp grater, and I move fast with the grater in. So I just admit to the person that, you know, that, thank you for your advice. I will try and get myself one, because really, he's trying to make me know that I can manage my thing quicker by having the equipment that I need. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. So this is how technology. The use of technology come in is to assist us, to make us to be ready for whatever we are doing faster and get it in no time to complete, you know.
Right,
so I really go and decide my mind that to go the technology way, I would have to adjust myself in getting my production going.
Right, right.
Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing. Give her a round of applause. You got something before for your participation, correct? Oh, wonderful. All right, so you can still give her, thank you. Your contribution is very valid. And yeah, thanks again for everyone else. I don't know if any, yes? All right.
Yes, digitalization seem to be putting a lot of our eggs in the digitalization basket. And your chart shows that Jamaica is lagging behind most of the other countries in digitalization. And we have to stop and wonder why. My experience is that technology is moving so fast that you buy some equipment this year, and by next year you can't get any parts for it because a new equipment come in, a new technology come in, and because of that it is hard to keep up with the trend with the new technology. And every time you purchase a new one, it adds more cost to your operation. So that is one of the hurdles I guess people like you will have to help Jamaicans overcome, in that how much will it cost me to keep up with the technology, to keep digitalize my business, rather than do it the old-fashioned way and still get the thing done, but it don't cost me as much. You understand?
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Thank you for sharing that. I do know that there are some grants available for different, with different technological solutions as well to help businesses, but it's definitely something that's valid. I think that we have to see if there's a channel that's why we said relational, having partnerships can assist where we don't have resources. We can share resources with persons who actually have the revenue to upgrade our equipment. I would also say that a lot of the digitalized equipment are software, and so that's the positive part of this, that you know, sometimes the expense is the subscription and not necessarily the hardware. But find strategic partnerships, and if you need to contact JPC to bring your ideas as well, because our unit is always looking for directions for research, and we definitely appreciate that because we feed directly into policy and brainstorming, right? So thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I like how we're connecting the dots based on the presentation, boosting and how productivity yes, you're going to boost your productivity by using the bullet, right? Right. Thank you so much. Mrs. Jennings, can I invite you to come to the stage, please? Because we are very appreciative of the presentations that was done by Dr. Sarah Buckland Reynolds, so we want to show you how much we appreciate what you have presented here this afternoon.
I need to say something. I didn't hear all the presentation, but I need to say something. Dr. Sarah, right?
Yes.
Buckland.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Sarah Buckland Reynolds, we want to thank you so much for your presentation. And we know, based on the interaction and participation of the persons here, even at the end of it, then you will recognize how grateful they are. So thank you so much again. And we know that the Productivity Center is the Jamaica Productivity Center is ensuring that Jamaica becomes a more productive nation, and want to thank you for the work that you continue to do.
Thank you. Ooh. All right, thank you so much. Now I'm going to invite you to remain seated, because at this time we're going to refresh you as we prepare for our panel discussions that are coming up next. So I invite you to remain seated, and you will be given instructions by our ushers as how to proceed. Okay, so we're going to have a little interlude of music to just, they said when music hits you, what happens? You feel no pain. So just remain seated, okay? Thank you for your attention. I really, really love the engagement. She sends her apologies, and Mr. Brown is overseas, and we were not able to connect with him. I see my panelists arriving. So we have Miss Delano Grant, who is our Regional Director for Manchester, and we have Mr. Micah Sampson, I hope I'm pronouncing it correct, from Sampson Hydroponic Farm. She's gonna use this one, so go on there. And we have Mr. Marlon Mahan, who is the Director for Occupational Health and Safety in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And our moderator is none other than Ms. Gillian Carrodus, Divisional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Service within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. So please let them feel welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you enjoying the roadshow? No, man, that not sound right. Come again. Are you enjoying the roadshow? That sounds like you had some good lunch and you're ready for a very, very informative session this afternoon. So we are waiting on an additional mic. But while we do so, I will introduce the esteemed panel. From my right, we have Ms. Delano Grant, and she is the Regional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Services. Is that so, Ms. Grant? That's the new position title, right? That's right. And she has responsibility in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for this region that we call Manchester region. And the Manchester region really covers the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon. So when she speaks today, she is speaking from the perspective of the region, not just Manchester. We're also joined by Mr. Micah Sampson, and he is from Sampson Hydroponic Farms. We really want to hear about this hydroponic farm, you know. So I'm so happy that you're able to join us. And as we speak about some of these topics, it is very important that we hear from persons who are actually and actively in the field, so that we have the practical experiences as we seek to discuss strategies at a national level and also at the level of your respective organizations. So thank you for joining us, Mr. Sampson. And I also have one of my colleagues, Mr. Marlon Mohan, and he has a very important role in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security as the Director of Occupational Safety and Health. And he'll tell us a little bit more about that in a bit, but it is very important that as we continue to grow our businesses, we do so observing the safety and health of workers, and that the environment itself is responsive to the standards for safety and health. All right, so today we're going to be talking about the Jamaica Just Transition Project, and we are going to be speaking about it in the context that we are looking at climate change and the new world of work. The Jamaica Just Transition Project was launched at our last roadshow in St. Anne, and it is a project that has been supported by the International Labour Organization. Jamaica is the first Caribbean country that this project is being piloted. We little but with Talawa, not true? I don't hear you. We little but with Talawa. Jamaica is going on with itself, not true? I speak standard English and patois, so pardon me. Certain things we have to talk our Jamaican language, right? Now, it means that we are all doing something very good, and we're going to continue. And in this particular panel discussion, what I hope will be your takeaway is what you will do in terms of supporting Jamaica's just transition. And I can hear somebody thinking, so what is just transition? It is achieving that balance between economic activity, what we do in our respective places of employment as workers, as employers, but doing so in an environmentally friendly way, so that Jamaica is protecting its environment at the same time it is growing in terms of its economic productivity. So my first question will go to you, Michael. And when we speak about, just a little bit more preamble, when we speak about just transition, it's speaking about reducing pollutants in the organizations that we operate. It is talking about employing green technology. It is speaking about protecting our natural resources, our flora and our fauna. It is also speaking about green jobs, new areas of employment for workers. And I see our job seekers very attentive from upstairs because they want to know what are some of these jobs that might be available to them, I'm sure. And it's also speaking about protecting workers from biohazards and generally working safely in the workplace. And I know when I say biohazards and working safely in the workplace, my colleague Marlon Mahan really gets fired up. So I'm going to start with you, Michael. And you operate Samson, right? That's your name. Samson Hydroponics Farms. Tell us a little bit about your organization and the thought behind what is a very interesting tagline. The tagline is the future of food. The future of food. Tell us a little bit about your organization and that tagline.
Are you hearing me? So we are a small farm located in Gaysland, St. Elizabeth, that's near to Junction. Most of us might know St. Elizabeth is really a large, South St. Elizabeth at least, a large farming community. Most of the vegetables, scallion, thyme, that's where we get most of it in the island from. And I don't know what the thing is, but if you try to plant like even thyme or scallion in Manchester or some other parish, you might not get a very good outcome. So St. Elizabeth is very integral in farming in Jamaica. And I know that a lot of us felt it after Mayoral, where St. Elizabeth was hardly hit. And even my farm, I was devastated. I was blown out completely. We noticed that things like sweet pepper was like $1,200 a pound. Tomato was like $1,000 a pound. You could hardly buy like lettuce. It got very expensive. The cost of living when it comes to food was very expensive. So we can see how a place like that, it is very important for us to kind of change the way we are doing things. So the concept of the future of food, I know that a lot of us, we know that it's a technological era we're in the era where we have to start to do things very different. And in farming, it's no different. So whereas we used to have our crops in the soil, in the field, we are now thinking of different ways to grow things. So hydroponics, it's not a new thing, but Jamaica is slowly becoming very prominent in that space, because you know how we are kind of enough. And anything that is happening in the world, Jamaica is not going to be left behind. And such it is with farming. So in hydroponics, we are growing crops without using any soil at all. So like you would be planting your tomato in soil. Instead of using soil, we are using different mediums to hold the roots, and then we are fertilizing the plants in the water instead of directly getting it from the soil. So there are different mediums, different ways that we're doing it. So it is very futuristic. It is a different way of doing it, a more sustainable way of doing it, because we are talking about sustainability more than ever, and we're talking about having a different and new way of doing things.
So, Michael, so am I to understand that you are saying tomato can grow in water and not have it grow in the soil? How we not know that?
Yes, and
so you're saying that there is new technology.
There is new technology.
So when we have several farms being flooded,
Yes.
landslides and so, you have found a way that keeps you in business.
Yes, so
But at the same time, certain environmental or climate change impacts
yes.
do not adversely affect your organization.
Yes, madam. So in terms of a lot of the cash crops that we call the cash crops, the quick crops, the weather conditions, especially like a lot of water, perhaps, like when you have a lot of rainfall, they don't generally do well. So what happens is, if you are doing hydroponics and suppose you have it in a greenhouse, then you would mitigate the problem you have with too much water, and then you can treat the amount of water you need to the crop as you need it. So instead of doing it in the soil, you go into a greenhouse or you go into a hydroponic setting where you have more control, because the name of the plan is to have more control over what we are doing with the plants. So instead of leaving it to the elements, now we are moving them to more controlled environments where we can determine our yield better.
So the decision to go hydroponics must have been fueled by climate change and the impact, adverse impact that it has had on organizations like yours and the agricultural sector itself. What are some of those climate change issues that have affected St. Elizabeth and its environs?
Okay, so in terms of climate change, we notice now that even Mandeville, which was once probably colder, we notice that now the temperatures are getting even higher. So whereas you used to have a colder winter or colder end of year to the beginning of the year, you notice now that your temperatures are falling. So even as we see ourselves moving further and further along, we find out that the temperatures are rising. And because of the rising temperatures, we have longer droughts. So when you have longer droughts, that means you're not going to have as much rainfall as you used to have. And when we do have rainfall, we have a tremendous amount of rainfall. So in terms of climate change, it is important for us now to start to think differently, because we cannot be doing business as usual because we are being affected. We can't afford to buy the things that we go to the supermarket to buy or to the market to buy at such an expensive price. It is not sustainable for maybe regular people. So we have to do it differently.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I'm going to move on to my colleague, Marlon Mahan. And in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, as I mentioned earlier, he has responsibility for safety and health. And a part of their role is to conduct inspections to ensure compliance with standards for safety and health. From your perspective, Mr. Mahan, what are some of the key environmental factors that are affecting workers? For instance, we hear a lot of talk about heat, stress, and the work that people do actually sometimes may cause occupational illnesses. What are some of the key findings that you have come across?
Well, I was really surprised the other day. I got a call, and it was from a factory that's located in the hills of Spalding. And as my friend here, Mr. Stampson, said, that the temperatures are really rising. And I got a call to say that it was a bakery, that the temperature was so high that the workers were complaining about heat stress. So it brings to the forth that no matter where you are, even if you're in the cooler sections of the island, climate change affects everybody. And your body naturally adapts to the environment that you are. So even if you are in a cooler environment and the temperature rises, you will be affected by climate change, even though if someone else was in an environment which is much hotter, would have come into that new environment and said, boy, you know, this is cool. Because I can tell you, we coming from Kingston to here, it is much cooler. Yeah, but the main issue we have with climate change is that it affects both outdoor and indoor workers. And what we at the ministry have been doing is we have been engaging the workers, the employers, to do the risk assessment that is really required to put in measures to combat heat stress. One of the first things we look at is the type of work that is being done. And many a times we may think that we may be trying to solve a problem, but we can create another problem. For example, in some factories, workers may say that, well, you know, maybe we need to even consider putting ACs in factories. But most of the ACs that we have in Jamaica, they are closed systems. We have what we call split units. And unfortunately, with closed systems, they don't bring fresh air into the space. So what you have is, for some of the processes that have exhaust gases that may be detrimental to human health, they will accumulate in the space. So what we have been encouraging is to explore means of natural ventilation, where you can exhaust the air instead of having it cooled in the space, because it is really more detrimental. So in doing the risk assessment, you really have to look at the context within which you are working. Look at the processes, and many a times we say that it's good to come to the ministry, go to somebody who may be an expert in the area to get some advice before you on your own volition decide to put something in place. Because I can say that many employers are really willing to put measures in place to protect the safety and health of the workers. We are seeing improvements in that regard. But sometimes it involves expenditure, and we have to be very efficient in how we spend. The other thing that I also recognize is that we don't look at some of the indirect consequences of climate change and human health. We look at it in the context of the workplace, but we also need to look outside of the workplace as well. Climate change has caused a lot of biological hazards to exist. Biological will mean that it has to do with like a vector, mosquitoes. We had Zika, we had COVID, we have had other respiratory diseases. And what we need to do is ensure that we have a plan of action that is in place to respond to when these emerging threats have come to the fore. We have also seen that many a times ignorance may cause persons to think that they are complying. For example, personal protective equipment. You provide personal protective equipment to a worker, but then is it helpful to give a worker, for example, a visibility vest that has no pores in it to allow for the worker to be cool because he's working in a very hot environment? So we need to also look at even what we would have provided to the worker in the context of what is happening in terms of heat stress and temperature to ensure that the personal protective equipment that we provide is also able to allow them to be cooler whether they are working indoor or whether they are working outdoor.
Well, that was quite interesting, wouldn't you say so? I think so. And what you have said to us is that this is everybody's business. I'm just paraphrasing you. And it affects workers whether they are working indoors or outdoors. So it is not just about persons who are employed in occupations that require them to work on the outdoors. We're talking about ensuring that workers who are even working indoors are also looked after. So you spoke about air conditioning systems and the natural air and air quality. We have to recognize that as we make changes, we construct our different office spaces, that we are looking at some of these very things. We oftentimes put lots of fabulous air-conditioned systems, but is this having a negative long-term impact on our workers? We also have to look at, for those organizations in the business of utilizing business processes that create wastewater. What is happening with this wastewater? And I like the link that you made, that this can be a source of causing vectors. Mosquito borne illnesses come from some of these very things. So you might say, oh, I just have a small organization. But just look at your environment. What can you do to reduce the exposure? How can you ensure that wastewater is properly channeled? How can you, I know that we have a lot of, they say in Jamaica we have a lot of churches and rum bars per square capita. But I think we have a lot of restaurants and eateries. What are we doing with waste oils? How are we disposing of those? What is the impact of the way in which we have been disposing of them? We use a lot of PET bottles. What are we doing about collecting and recycling? So those are some of the conversations, and we'll come back to you in a bit, Mr. Mahan. Very, very informative. We will go to Ms. Grant, and Ms. Grant also has a role for inspections in relation to labor law compliance, but she also has a chance to see what is happening across the different levels of enterprises in terms of employment. And recently, this particular region was affected by Hurricane Beryl. There were several workers who had no work because their organizations were closed due to the impact of the hurricane. There are several employers who have either lost businesses or lost business opportunities because of the impassable roads, lots of different reasons. So I just want to ask you, Ms. Grant, what has your experience been what is happening on the ground with both workers and employers as it relates to the impact of climate change?
Okay, thank you for that question. We were hit tragically, and one of the reasons for the tragedy is that for my parishes, St. Elizabeth and Clarendon, there are parts that are actually on the coast. So what is happening is that because these persons were located on the coast, so they lost roofs and they lost, some persons actually lost their business places. The persons who are engaged in fisheries, fishing and other aquatic, other aquatic jobs, what is happening is that because of the hurricane that we had, is that we had a problem sourcing these things like fish and all of the other seafoods. So we have spin-off industries that were affected. So because of not getting these goods, these supplies, what is happening is that there was nothing to serve in terms of restaurants, and some restaurants actually had to be closed for a bit. Not only because they lost roofs and they lost the infrastructure, but also because they had no products to serve. And then there was also the part where, as Mr. Sampson spoke about, the agriculture industry that was affected. And we have a whole lot of that in St. Elizabeth, and we also have it in Clarendon. And we also have it in South Manchester. So because the crops were lost, and then at the tender stage at which some crops were, is that they lost the crops. So the spin-off industries that would have been benefit, because you have persons, the farmers, selling to the middlemen, and the middlemen would actually transport these products to a hotel or to a restaurant. So because we lost those crops, then persons actually lost their jobs. So you lost jobs because you were transporting the products, and you lost jobs because you were working with a main farmer. So you lost all of those persons who would do the weeding and the planting and the watering. All of those persons lost their jobs because they lost their houses and they also lost their jobs. So as a result is that it was extremely tragic for us here. What would have been good, or probably what they need to do, is to buy into the idea of climate change, because what we noticed is that when we were doing the relief supplies, what we had to be telling persons is that they have to have hurricane straps on the buildings. So I think they need the persons we need to bind. It's not a myth anymore, and it's not fantasy. It is here and it is real. And I remember in '86 reading an article to say that the Kingston Airport, that is Norman Manley Airport, would have been flooded in 20 years, and that is from '86. And then nobody apparently paid it any mind. And then the hurricane came, Ivan came, and then the waters came over into the road. So I think some persons, yes, we're hearing about climate change, and yes, I've been hearing about climate change from I was a toddler, or I was in primary school. But it is here, and it is getting worse. And if you look at the statistics, it is getting really worse. And what may happen in some circumstances is that you may have persons, you may have some parts of land breaking off. What I heard over the weekend is that where a lot of persons, I don't know if you know Pelican Bar, what they're saying is that the land in Black River was all the way out to Pelican Bar. And because of the climate change, it broke off. And what you find now is that there are buildings under the sea, and there's actually a cemetery under the sea. So it is here, and it is here, and it is going to get worse. So I think we need to sell the idea, and persons need to buy into the idea. In our inspections, going around and listening to persons, what we find out in the summer, a lot of persons tend to talk about persons, they have attitudes. But what we do not realize is that based upon how the buildings were built, it was not built to accommodate this extreme climate. So it is extremely hot, and persons, they get very irritable. And persons need to realize that these are things, there is not really that the person is really, they really want to get on top of your nerves. It's just that they get in a little bit hot, and as we spoke about heat stress, then we need to be cognizant of these things. So if you notice persons, their behavior may change going down into December, but when you get into summer, then it's a little bit different. they have different attitudes, and some persons, oh, they have an attitude. But it's not really that they have an attitude, it's based upon the environs in which they find themselves.
Very interesting. You don't think so? I think so. And I'm just going to pick up on the latter point you made, that we are recognizing that the attitude and the productivity of workers is being impacted by climate change. Because we have a lot of persons now with lifestyle illnesses, because they can't get the vegetables to buy, they're eating more of what they shouldn't eat. So you have the diabetes, you have the hypertension, and other heart-related illnesses in young persons as well. And what we are also seeing is that we have a lot more persons that are not able, you know, when you have the impact of hurricanes and they are in their communities doing lots of different things. Sometimes we are not looking at the quote-unquote work-life balance and the exercising and all of those things that we should be doing, right? Because we're so preoccupied with some of the impacts that we have to deal with. Oh, my roof is off. How do I find the money? How do I get going again? So we forget some of the things that we should be paying attention to. And I'm going to take the opportunity to do a health check with you. You've been sitting for too long. And I think that that is going to be one of the health hazards very soon. So please, stand for 1 second. Stretch. And whenever you're in a session like this, remind them that we have to do these things, all right? I think you have passed the test of health. Now, yes, you can clap yourselves. Now, going back to a point that Ms. Grant raised, the levels of agitation and productivity of workers is also adversely impacted by some of these issues. So for instance, you will have communities that were out of utilities, electricity, water, but we expected those workers to still turn up at work and work productively. Isn't that so? Yes. But we have to recognize that the additional effort that it would have taken for that person to get to work has now contributed to their levels of productivity. And I might agree with you that there are levels of agitation in the places of employment. So there are lots of spin-off that comes to us, and I just want to engage you a little bit more, Ms. Grant, in terms of the ministry's role in protecting what we call or promoting what is called decent work. Because Mr. Mahan did mention a few things, and he mentioned that workers are finding themselves working, for instance, in a bakery. And they normally say if you're in the kitchen, you have to bear the heat. But the heat is just unbearable. And what is the ministry's role in terms of protecting and promoting decent work? And I'm going to give you that question after Ms. Grant answers Mr. Mahan, because I see you poised to respond as well. So Ms. Grant, please, go ahead.
Okay, the ministry's role is a very great role. One is that we have a lot of work to do with we have support, but we need a lot of support. And especially what is happening for us now is that, as I said before, the buildings that most persons find themselves in, yes, they probably, an employer got a loan, they got a building, and they started business. But the sad thing about it is that times are changing, and so is the heat. And in some countries, they have like a siesta, and you break during the hottest point of the day. But in Jamaica, we do not have that. And then there's also another, a downside. There are some companies who will complain to say that, well, after lunch, persons just seep away. There is one bauxite industry that their persons have reported that some persons they seem to seep away. I don't want to say that they have left the job, but somehow they are up and about around. And the reason for that, if you have ever visited a bauxite industry, what you'll notice is that the very way in which they operate, the methods which they use to process aluminium and bauxite, it leads to a lot of heat coming from like the boilers and all of these things. So what is happening now is that, yes, you may look at it to say that they have niggeritis, but it's not really niggeritis that they have. Is that they are being attacked by the heat from the boilers, and also the natural heat coming from the sun. So as a result, some persons possibly, they may want to rest a bit, and they don't know how to tell the employers. You're saying that lethargic? Yes, they are lethargic. So some persons, they may want to excuse themselves a bit, but of course we know that employers, they have a lot of they have a lot of persons depending on them. They have suppliers, and they have persons who are willing to take their products from them. So at the end of the day, they cannot, in all good faith, allow these things to happen. And also, it may also the point of day where they do a lot of business. So as a result, is that yes, some persons are cognizant of the effects, but also there is probably, we need a little bit more policy to address that part.
All right, so that's a very important and interesting perspective, that there might be need in some occupations now for what I call a health break or a safety break. And just like we had a health break a while ago, I believe that it is something that we will have to discuss much more to determine the way forward. And I'm sure that Mr. Mahan has a lot to say, because we have the legislation for occupational safety and health that is in draft, and you may want to just touch on a little bit of that, Mr. Mahan.
So most persons who would have been accustomed to my department, which is the Occupational Safety and Health Department, are the industrial establishments, meaning factories, construction projects, docks, and cargo vessels when you're doing loading and offloading. And that is a function of the Factories Act, which is really the regulation that exists now that gives us jurisdiction in these premises to monitor and enforce the safety and health requirements. Now, the Occupational Safety and Health Bill is going to be wider in scope and coverage, and it will cover all workplaces. So for offices, shops, hotels, places that we would not have normally visited to give our oversight and expertise to direct what are the measures that need to be put in place to protect the safety and health of workers. Now we will have a wider scope and coverage. The legislation is built on the foundation of really identifying hazards in the workplace and how we manage the risks associated with these hazards. Climate change is one of the hazards that we will be looking at as well. And the regulation is also giving us the opportunity to develop what we call code of practices. So we could have code of practices that touch on concern specific occupational hazards that exist in workplaces. So for example, if you are working in environments that generate a lot of heat, we could treat it as a code of practice that looks at how do we deal with limiting, well, eliminating in the first instance if possible, and if it's not reasonably practicable to do so, how we can put measures to alleviate the effects of heat which is generated in the process. Sometimes we look at heat, but we also have to look at cold, because with what is happening with climate change, you may have very hot days and very cool nights. And once you have hot and cold, you will have condensation. And condensation and humidity creates the perfect environment for the growth of mold, for example. So being aware of this and knowing what are the measures that need to be put in place to mitigate the effects of these hazards in the workplace. The legislation will be there that set the standards, but at least the code of practice will give you the practical guidance. If you follow these steps based on what occurs in your environment, you're likely to eliminate, or if it is not, you're not able to eliminate it, at least reduce the effects. Really, documentation is a very important part of operations. Many a times we know what is in the workplace, but we don't really document what are the hazards. So we need to document our hazards. We need to do the risk assessment to determine the probability of somebody getting injured or getting ill from these hazards, and the measures that we should put in place to ensure that we preserve the safety and health of the workers. Once you document, you will have the ability to easily transfer knowledge to not just the supervisors, but the workers in the workplace. If you have attrition, which normally happens, persons retire, persons leave to other jobs, you have that roadmap within the organization that you can use as a guide to mitigate the hazards that exist in the workplace. So I could continue talking and talking, but the legislation, simply put, is really to allow persons to focus their mind on identifying the hazards in the workplace and coming up with measures as to how to mitigate the risks, and then continuously assess over a period of time to see the effectiveness of the measures that you would have put in place.
All right, very, very informative. And as you said, we could talk all day about this because it's so important and there are so many tips that needs to be shared. But I just want to summarize those 3 tips that you gave, that if you're operating an organization or if you are a worker in an organization, there are 3 things that you need to look at. And one is to document what are the hazards in your organization. And I do know that persons here in Mandeville complain about mold. And it was very good that you mentioned about mold. And sometimes people don't recognize that it is actually a hazard. And not just document the hazards, but also look at the probability or likelihood of its occurrence. How likely is it? What is the risk level? And also, thirdly, what are the measures you will employ to either mitigate or reduce the likelihood of its occurrence? All right, so I'm going to move back to you, Michael. And I recognize you already have a mic. Oh, you got another mic. So what has been the impact of this climate change that we're talking about and the issues that you heard Ms. Grant mention and also Mr. Mahan? What has been your reality in terms of the impact on workers?
Okay, as we all spoke about the rising temperatures. So what you find happening is that people are not finding it very easy to cope with working in the heat anymore. So when you're doing outdoor farming, it's almost essential for you to be in the sun for long periods of time. either reaping, planting, weeding, doing some kind of farm work. And with these type of temperatures, it is not very appealing to even younger people to come into farming.
I am jumping in right there because I was just about to ask you, what is the age cohort that is in farming now? Because do you get young persons like those upstairs wanting to go into farming?
Not a lot. Not many young people want to do farming. If you get on the farms, you will notice that most of the farmers are older people, middle to older people still doing farming, and we don't have a lot of young people coming into farming. You have a few, but not a lot. And we know that farming is pretty lucrative, but it is a deterrent when you have a lot of intense labor still in farming. So because of the changing in higher temperatures and the weather patterns and all of that now, you find that it is still very undersupplied in terms of labor and new people coming into the force.
So while there is a deterrent for some young persons to go into farming because of the heat, stress, and so, I heard you talk earlier about the new technology that you're using, and that reduces some of that exposure because of the methodology used in your farming, the technique. Now, as we wrap this segment, I'm just going to ask each of you to just give us your one statement that our participants here need to remember as they leave this session. And once you're finished giving your one statement, if there are questions, we can take probably 2 or 3 if there are questions. So I will go in the order that you want in terms of your last statement.
Well, we are talking about the future of work, and work cannot happen without labor. Labor in terms of human resources. So it is very important that we have that as one of the foundations that will determine what will be the future of work. We need to protect our workers, because if we don't have workers, there will be no future of work. So we need to ensure that we have the safety and health of workers as a part of everything we do in terms of decisions in going forward. Whether it's climate change or any other hazards that will affect workers in the workplace.
And they can follow your 3 tips that you gave. Identify your hazards, look at what you can do.
The risk associated with it, put in the control measures, and then measure the effectiveness of the control measures.
That's right. Thank you very much.
We have to take labor very seriously in this country now, because it is a cry for everywhere you go that employees are saying that they can't find people to work, no matter what industry it is. I think we have to get back to valuing work, valuing people who work for us, treating people properly, compensating them appropriately. I think we have to really start to look into, and the Ministry of Labor is already taking care of that, but we as citizens of the country, we have to start thinking about these things and applying them to whatever we do.
All right, thank you very much. And that's very important, because we have to return persons to the love of farming, and not just farming, but I would want to call it agriculture, because it is not business as usual, and we need young persons to learn the new technology as well. And as we encourage them, what I hear you saying is that we have to treat them good, right? We have to make sure that the compensation and the conditions of work are attractive to our young persons. So I would like to see about 15 of the persons on the upper floor that are applying for jobs, listening to what we are saying, looking at what can I do? Is there an opportunity for me in the agricultural industry? All right, so Ms. Grant, you are the closing speaker.
What I would like to impart to you going home this evening and further on down in life is that there's a problem with recruiting and retaining workers. And there are some provisions that are in law: vacation leave, sick leave, adequate pay, and all of these things. And what I would encourage employers to do is to try and adhere to these laws. What it would do is to make working more attractive, because there are mitigating factors that we have now as a result of climate change that is deterring persons from going to work. So the few workers, or the workers that we have now, is that we have to take care of them. Persons already know that these things are legislated, and they know that the benefits are there. So if the benefits are not adhered to, and they have a problem in terms of heat and all the other trappings that come with climate change, then sooner or later, we're not going to have a workforce. And we don't want to get into a situation where we want to do farming, we want to open a restaurant, and persons are thinking that, well, probably they need to get into business themselves. Yes, some persons will be in business, and some persons are going to be employees. For the employees, we want you to be treated well, and likewise, according to the labor code, is that employees also need to treat their employers well. So in wrapping up, that is my 2 cents that I would like to share.
Well, I think it's more than 2 cents. Don't you think so? And it's not 10 cents either, right? At this point, we are just opening for any questions that you may have. And I do know that there will be persons roving with microphones. So once you get a microphone, you are welcome to ask your question. And if you want to point your question directly to a particular panelist, you are welcome to do so, or you can just ask a general question.
Okay, afternoon, everyone. Okay, as it relates to climate change, I work for a manufacturing company, and just a little before burial, it's kind of seasonal, so at times we can hardly get any produce. What happens is that we normally schedule the workers, the employees, but burial came and it makes it worse. So we are now using the more productive workers, employees. We would offer a 1-year contract, not renewable. So those persons whose contract run out while they were on the waiting list to be rescheduled, we're having a little issue with that. So I would like to know, how do we handle that?
All right, so I'm going to give that over to the panel, but I am just observing that what you're saying is because of the uncertainties caused by climate change in terms of your industry, you have had to pivot, and you've had to use short-term contracting, and you've also had to select the best amongst your workers as well. And it means, therefore, that some workers may have been affected by layoff, or may have been affected by redundancy or non-renewal of their contract. And that is something that is very evident in many organizations that have a similar impact by climate change and other issues. All right, so who is going to take that question?
I will. First, you need to look at what type of work what type of contract that you actually engage the worker in. If they are supposed to be on contract, you need to ensure that the contract is really in place, because there are some persons who will say that yes, persons are on contract, and some persons use the term loosely to apply it to persons who are actually seasonal workers or persons who are peace and task workers. So you have to take a critical look at the type of contract that you actually engage the worker in. When you have done that, if it is a fixed term contract, then what will happen is that they will leave at the end of the contract. If they are seasonal persons, they are going to be expected to come in on a seasonal basis. If it is a peace and task work, that is how they work on a regular basis. So that is the first thing that you would need to do, to look at what you had offered to the persons. And you also need to ensure that you have a document in place, not only because the law tells you that you must document the relationship between you, yourself, and the workers, is that if it's a fixed term contract, you need to have your fixed term contract in place. All clear? Is anything else that you need me to address?
If I might add to that, just picking up on one of the points you were making, if an employer recognizes that because of some issue, could be climate change or otherwise, there is a downturn in business and it wants to change the way that its workers are engaged, you have to ensure that there is an acceptance of those new terms and conditions by the worker, and that it is properly documented. If it is that the change is temporary in nature, you need to have a finite time that is communicated in writing to that worker, that is accepted by that worker, so that there is transparency in the employment engagement of your workers. And we always say, if you're not sure, call the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. There is another question at the back. Please, go ahead, sir. You can say your name if you want. Just tell us a little bit about you.
I have a question for all three of the panelists. I don't know if I'm allowed to go as far as that. But their presentation sort of prompted a question, and I'll start with Miss Grant.
Yes.
What I realize, Ms. Grant, is that the labor laws, while they are there, they are geared towards holding the employer more accountable than the employee. So if the labor laws are not being followed, we get a visit from the Ministry of Labor as an employer, while the employer get to hang on about their business with actually anything. So what I'm asking you is, can you, in your capacity, try to get the labor laws more equitable so that when the employee transgress, they get a visit too from the Ministry of Labor, so that when the employers transgress, they also get their visit too? That is my question before I go on to Mr. Michael.
Okay. What I would like to ask you, do you have a copy of the labor code?
Well, I have...
We had issued some out at the front.
I have one here, see? I have one here. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
I have one here that says that the employee who has been continuously employed for 4 weeks or more is required to give the employer at least 2 weeks notice at the end of their contract. Most of the employees just walk off of the job, go about their business, and there is nothing to really hold them accountable to the labor law, because the labor law, while we are at a business place and we can be found, and we are usually visited, and we are usually reprimanded, the employee just gone about their business.
All right,
If I may interject, I like that question very much. And the Ministry of Labor and Social Security has a responsibility to protect the worker as much as it has a responsibility to protect the employer. And that's one of the reasons why you're here, because we want to have some of these kind of conversations. And one of the things that we have to recognize is that the ministry can regulate to a particular extent, but it is requiring of all of us to have all hands on deck. And what employers may need to be doing very soon is to ask for references from the last employer. And in that way, you will curb some of that kind of disregard of the employee's responsibility to their employer.
Want me to answer? Okay. Let me start off by saying there is a responsibility of employees to their employers, and there's also a set of responsibilities for employees to employers and employers to employees, and that is found in the labor code. With regards to the notice, there's a provision there for 2 weeks, and also if you are not able to find a suitable replacement in 2 weeks, then you may also extend. The problem that whereas you are required to give 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks notice, what you can do is to sue for damages, which is a lot more than 2 weeks and 4 weeks notice. Yes, you may smile, but I've known employers who have actually taken employees to court, and when persons come in, what we will say to them, did you give the requisite notice? Because it would not be a laughing matter if an employer has to take it to court, because it is going to be a whole lot more than 2 weeks and 4 weeks notice. It is just that it is not commonplace for employers because they are busy and they are engaged in a multitude of tasks. That is why some persons have not taken persons to court, but employers have taken employees to court. And that is why I wish that question had come when the job seekers upstairs were there, because they also need to know that, and also they're also writing a recommendation for themselves when they move on to future employment. If you didn't give notice, well, as you know, Mandeville is a very small place, or this region is a very small place, so more or less persons will know that, well, you left John Brown's shop and you didn't give a notice, so what is happening is that persons are going to assume that you're a bad worker. Possibly it may be climate change that caused you to leave, speed out in a hurry, but they are going to hear that you're not a good worker over there, you left them high and dry.
Yes, miss. Thanks for that. But I don't think you adequately address the question still. But thanks for that also, because the Ministry of Labor pays the employer a visit. So I would like to see the Ministry of Labor get more involved when the employees don't keep their part of the bargain. But I can understand.
If I may respond, while we can inspect an industrial undertaking, sometimes when the employee leaves, they go to their residences. So it's difficult for us to catch up with them in that way. But one of the things that I did mention, which is very practical, is that as you seek to employ persons, you should find out if they complied with that requirement in leaving their last employer. And if many more employers do that, then workers will conform, I believe.
Okay, so you throw back the responsibility back on the employers. All right, thank you. Moving on to Mr. Michael now. Sir, your hydroponics you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Right. And we were being told that because of climate change, this is a new way that farming is going to take on, the future of farming, so to speak. And you sort of gave us an idea of the benefits of hydroponics. But usually when new things like this come in, there are also pitfalls also. There are negatives associated. Most of these things, sometimes you don't find out till 15, 20, 30 years down the road where people start off cancer and people start off this and, you understand? So what I want to know, did you do your due diligence in finding out what are the long-term effects of farming like this, and if it have any deleterious effect upon the consumer?
That's a very good question, because we all know that every single thing in life has advantages and there are disadvantages. That's a given. So in terms of hydroponic farming, it is nothing new. I said that. This has been around for over 50 years now. There has been a lot of research done into it, in terms of the nutrient content of the plants that we grow, because that is what we are selling. As far as it is now, all the nutrients that we know that should be available in the plants, we have them available in whether liquid format or granular or water soluble, whatever it is, they are available in that form. So in terms of some kind of adverse effect on us, they haven't found any adverse effect in terms of deficiencies
As yet.
as yet. But it is over 50 years, so I figure with research we probably would have found out something by now. It's just another way of growing. So in the soil, whatever it is in the soil, we move them. It is moved from the soil and moved into the plants without the soil. So.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Still have my concerns, though, because what is happening now is that there's a human element now in administering the different chemicals, and humans can make mistakes. But I'm thanking you for that. Quickly now, Mr. Mahan. Sir, I realize, and you should too, that the Jamaican worker is amongst the least productive in all the Caribbean. You know that? You know that?
Well,
you know that?
Based on the productivity center's presentation before,
that the Jamaican worker in the entire Caribbean community, including Mexico, is the least productive. Meaning you can go to any other country and get more productivity out of the worker than you'll get out of a Jamaican worker. They could accept that from day one.
not
Say,
in
yes,
all instances.
be lazy. All right. Two, when the people in your department try to find a lot of reasons now for people to find excuses now not to work again because they was working hard in the first place, you know. So they tell them, say, boy, the place too hot and you need to be comfortable in order to work in this environment, and you need this and you need that. What we are doing now is having another recipe, you know, for them to be less productive. So then, my question is, while you are doing your occupational safety and health, are you measuring it with the productivity of the workers so that there's a balance kept there now, that people can still keep working and people don't use safety as an excuse to be less productive?
I must ask you, which one of the entrances you came through? Was it this one or this one here? Because our booth is right to the main entrance there. And if you look on our retractable banner, our motto is making work safer, healthier, and more productive, right? Studies have shown that once you have a worker who is comfortable in a space, mentally, physically, they are alert and fit for work, that you will get more productivity out of the worker. If you have accidents, if a worker is fit and you have an accident, normally you have stoppage of work. And if you have a stoppage of work, that is going to impact on the productivity of that organization. You agree with me, right? So it is really important for us to know that safe and healthy workforce is going to equate to more productivity, because there are less distractions available for the workers not to be focused on what you have engaged them to do as an employer. The laws that we have set the minimum standards, right? And these standards are normally built using international instruments. We have the International Labour Organization. They develop conventions and recommendations, and these conventions and recommendations are crafted by member states of the ILO, which are countries around the world. And they meet every year in Geneva, and they have on their agenda a topical issue that affects workers in general. And They meet as a tripartite. You have the employers there, you have the unions there, you have the governments of the world there, and they sit over the days and they hammer out, making recommendations and conventions that guide what is the internationally accepted way of how we treat with labor within the workplace. Right? So when we develop the laws, we develop these minimum standards. I mean, we always encourage persons to aim higher than these standards. So if you miss it, you're still within the acceptable global threshold. So when we build legislation, that is what we do. We don't build it by what we feel. We try to use these as standards. We engage employers, we engage the unions as well, the workers and the worker representatives, and come together and put forth provisions that will say that, yes, within the context of Jamaica, this is really the acceptable legislation, whether it is occupational safety and health, whether it has to do with collective bargaining, something that is not divorced of having employers and workers contributing to that overall piece of legislation. So when we approach the workplace, it is both from what our local context is, what the international context is, in setting the standards, what research, because Jamaica is a very small island developing state. We don't have the resources to conduct many our that happens, but we try to leverage what has been done by many of our member states within the ILO, our Caribbean neighbors as well, because our environment is somewhat similar, to try and come up with a piece of legislation or a standard that is applicable to our local situation.
All right, thank you very much. We have two other quick interventions, and in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to just keep them very tight in terms of the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Or comments that you want to make.
I want to go back to the first lady that asked the question earlier, which is of concern for me. So Ms. Grant noted about the 3 types of contracts. And she was saying that her business, or the business that she's a part of, is a seasonal business. And because of burial, it threw off their season completely. So therefore, the workers that she would have had on contract, she couldn't keep them because there's nothing for them to do. What would an employer do in a case like that? We can't keep them, no work, no day, and it's because of this. So you stated the type of contract that the employee would be on at that point, at that stage. How can that be relevant? Because if they're on a 1-year contract, Beryl came in July. No, what am I going to do with them?
There's you're finished? Yeah. Okay, there's a provision in law for in downtimes. There's a provision for employers to lay off workers for a maximum of 120 days. If you have there's a layoff period. If you have laid off the persons and you're not able to call them back and they have completed at least 104 weeks continuously, then automatically redundancy would be due.
Where would the money come from to pay them?
That is a good question.
But it goes back to, we don't have the money, Beryl mashed me up, no, me can't employ them back after 120 days.
Might I interject? What you are speaking of, obviously, is a temporary situation because you would have lost your produce, etc., and need some time to recover. And during the pandemic, we had a very similar thing happen with the hotel sector, for instance. There were no visitors in the hotels, so there were no persons to be served by the workers that worked in these hotels. And what we indicated to sectors like that is that this is where social dialogue is required. This is where the employer and worker or representatives need to sit at the table, determine what is their strategy forward. And what actually happened is that flexible work arrangements were used in some situations. Also, employees, workers, accepted longer periods of layoff so that they could work with their employer and return to lucrative business for the employer and for them. So I do understand your concern that you are having a challenge as an employer and the law seems to be throwing many things at you. However, what I am suggesting to you is that we went through this in the pandemic, and this is why Jamaica recovered much faster than every other Caribbean country in terms of the hotel sector, because we stayed in a relationship with our workers and employers, and we looked at strategic ways to keep that relationship alive. So that might be one of the things that we have to look at in your context.
Respectfully, I think comparing a small business with a hotel industry, completely two different things. Because when a hotel man up there so can get all that he can get to build back, a small person like myself won't get what we get to build back. So if I have to cut from 10 employees to 2, I can only possibly can only put 2 more on a rotation process based on my business and the fact that there are persons still that are still being impacted, still under impact, being impacted by burial now that have not come back to. So putting somebody on a rotation process who is going to stay with you for 2 days a week, how are they going to feed their family? So the logics behind all of this is that we just have to let them go. But because we're bind into a contract which we never planned for burial, the ministry holds it over our heads and look, you have to pay them. And if we not pay them, a quote.
So there are conversations we're going to have in the upcoming discussion about contracts. I think we're segueing into that. And I would seek to answer you some more in the upcoming section of the program. But it's real, and we do hear micro and small businesses speaking about this. And while I mentioned the hotel and accommodation sector, we worked with daycare preschools to help them to have greater resilience in the pandemic. We worked with small shops and small micro enterprises, and I think that today many are very grateful because they have looked at different ways of staying in business. And you recognize my continuous suggestion is staying in business. You might be impacted in one way, but have you looked at how to pivot in terms of keeping your business alive? And the Ministry of Labor and Social Security is very interested in helping you through that crisis. So what you have raised as a challenge is an opportunity for us as a ministry to work with you. So if you would give the roving officer your information, we'll be happy to work with you. All right? So we have our final intervention, Dr. Orville Taylor.
Hi, good afternoon.
I notice you've left the radio station to be here with us in person. Please,
yeah, well, I'm back home. Yes. Very quickly, let me just say, I made a couple of recommendations. I've done a couple of ILO studies, and in some of them, one of the recommendations I made, and I'm hopeful that the Labor Advisory Committee at some point will have a look at that, is an amendment of the Employment Termination and Redundancy Payment Act to have a provision for a severance payment fund or a redundancy payment fund of something of the sort. Barbados has that, and the legislation is a year older than our ETRP Act. And in that fund, you pay into that fund like you pay HART or any other kind of statutory deduction. However, an employer, if he pays his redundancy payments to his workers, he is then able to collect from the fund a less amount, maybe at 15% or something, whatever, he gets back some money. And it protects the workers where the employer is not able to, for whatever reason, whether the person is delinquent, bankrupt, or whatever, then the fund pays such individuals. And it's properly managed, and it is something that I believe the government of Jamaica can consider. But that's not really what I want to talk about. I just wanted to say that very quickly. There is a grand narrative that some people have. This is old news, people, about too much labor protection leads to low productivity. It's crap. Nonsense. And we need to move past that. The data don't support it. Yes, Jamaica may have low levels of labor productivity compared to other countries. But guess what? You're not complaining when we have, and understand it's the same variable. You see, we also produce Usain Bolt. We produce reggae music. We produce Bob Marley. We produce, you name it. We are the strongest set of people in the African diaspora in every kind of way. We're the most dominant black culture, period. Full stop. There's a reason behind that. We had the most slave rebellions per capita and in absolute terms. We are the ones who fought the British to a standstill. We are the ones who went to Haiti and started the Haitian Revolution. We are the ones who, had it not been for a betrayal, we'd have had Haiti before with Chief or King Take. And I say all of this because we do not understand Jamaican culture. And where you see an increase, and by the way, I've done the research, and I presented this at the International Industrial Relations Conference 20 years ago, and the Canadian Industrial Relations Conference 20 odd years ago. It's old news. Here's what happens on a little island like this, which is a time bomb. As long as workers, it's so simple, you should feel insulted by the simplicity of it. As long as workers feel, and I'm using a Jamaican word, learn it, they feel smadified. That is, they feel as if they are somebody, that they belong. It's as basic as that. And when you make people feel smadified by making them understand that they are part of an organization, and so the organization going up or down. You don't play this old plantation thing. We did the slavery thing before, and any kind of legacy of that is going to give us negative production and productivity. Never mind what the Japanese come and do. They do not know Jamaica. Right? And by the way, I'm making a statement that I'm making myself available for the conversations with the Productivity Center as the way to go forward, bear in mind some of the research. Long and short of it, you get the best out of Jamaican workers in Jamaica when they feel that they matter and you treat them properly everywhere. That's
Can
one.
we have an applause for that? I think that requires an applause, especially as we speak about decent work.
And it's decent work. Yeah, I've been using the term long before it, but the ILO is using it, right? I'm telling you, I believe in this decent work thing. The second part of it, please stop the stupid conversations about Jamaicans who migrate. Duh. People who migrate are different by nature. That people who migrate are more ambitious, typically. That's why they do it. They are labor entrepreneurs. They go to make themselves better. They are not a representative sample. Full stop. Because when you make this comparison, I went to school in the US. And when they're making a comparison about black Jamaicans versus black Americans, I said, look, let me tell you something. Yeah, black Jamaicans in the ghetto just worthless, just like them black Americans, okay? It's the ones who will migrate, and they are non-representative sample. They are not exemplars. They might be exemplary, but they are not exemplars. They don't represent anything. If you look at the Jamaican population in Miami, the Jamaican population, look at the data. I wrote a column about 3 weeks ago. The Jamaican population in Miami, they are the second most successful migrant group. They rank above the Cubans in terms of home ownership, educational level, professional status, blah, blah, blah. You name it. And why? Because Jamaicans are more ambitious? No, because they got the cream of the Jamaican population. That's all that it is. So don't tell me, because I work 3 jobs in Jamaica. So there are some of us who are here doing it, but the comparisons don't make it. You want the best out of Jamaican workers or Jamaican people, you treat them like they matter. It's as simple as that. I'm finished.
All right, so I think Dr. Taylor has asked us to treat Jamaican workers like they matter. And I'm going to flip the other side of the coin, that Jamaican workers should treat their organizations as if they matter. All right, so thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for the esteemed panel. It has been a really wonderful session, and I want to thank you very much. All right, we are trying to catch up on some time. So on my program, there is something that says 101 of employment contracts and termination. And I will be very brief. They say that you do not give a microphone to a pastor, a politician, or a teacher. And I have taught persons in labor relations. So you don't give me a microphone to talk about these things, because I can talk all day and until another few weeks, right? If you just give me everything I need right here. All right, so I'll be very brief. when we say 101 of employment contracts and termination, I am going to be opening an invitation for some of our micro, small businesses that have some burning questions, and even larger organizations to take the mic if there's something that you want to ask in this segment. But I want to open by saying that there are two universal categories of contracts. And there is what we call a contract of service, and that is synonymous with a worker. A contract of service is the one that is covered under the labor law. There is another categorization of contract for service, and that relates to an independent contractor. So if you have a service that you want to outsource, in some organizations, they outsource janitorial service, they outsource their maintenance services, they outsource their logistics, lots of different things are outsourced. You can also outsource to an individual that is on a contract for service. This contract for service is not an employee-employer relationship, and I'm just going to explain some of the differences between the contract of service, which is a worker, and the contract for service, which is not a worker. And the reason I'm going through this is because we recognize that we've been seeing some hybrids. Persons are being given contracts that the terms and the provisions of the physical contract resemble an employee-employer relationship, but embedded in the wording of these physical documents called contracts, we recognize that the person has a clause in it that says you are not a worker, you are not an employee, and are not entitled to the benefit of a worker. And I just want to put it out there that a worker cannot contract him or herself outside of the law. So even though the worker might have signed that contract, if they come to the Ministry of Labor, what we do is to examine the nature of the relationship to see whether or not it is a dependent contract. If it's a dependent contract, then we term it to be a contract of service. That person is then treated as a worker, and we will serve upon that employer the requirements of the law in terms of what they may have to pay as outstanding benefits to those workers. So looking at contracts of service, we do know that contracts of service can be indefinite or infinite contracts. So that's the persons who say, I'm on staff. That's how they refer to themselves. They are permanent workers. They are initially employed on a probationary basis. Once they meet the requirement, there is an expectation that they will be confirmed as permanent workers. And we also have a different category of contracts of service, which are the fixed-term contracts people. And I heard you say, my dear, that in your organization, you have to use short-term or fixed-term contracts given certain peculiarities of your industry. And I oftentimes hear people say, but contracts, the fixed-term contracts are being abused. Yes, they're being abused, where persons are on fixed-term contracts for a very long time, and on fixed-term contracts, when in fact, those jobs and tasks that they do are mission-critical jobs and should be really on the establishment of the organization. So a contract of service is one that the person will receive salaries or wages as determined by the parties. They should receive the holidays with pay according to the Holidays with Pay Act. They should be engaged to one employer, and they should be provided with the tools of their trade, and normally the location from which they work is determined by the employer, etc. The supervision of such a worker is provided by an organizational structure, so there is a hierarchy that the person reports to as a worker. So this is a contract of service. Statutory payments are normally required on behalf, as a co-payment on behalf of the worker. I do recognize that there are some industries and organizations that have not been in compliance with this element of the contract of service. The contract for service is not a worker. This contract is an engagement where the service provider should get a service contract. It is one that they negotiate the rate that they are to be compensated for the task that tasks that they will carry out. They are not covered under the Holidays with Pay Act, and they can engage themselves with multiple organizations providing their services. The tools of trade are normally provided by that independent contractor or contract for service, and they are responsible for technical decisions. The contract for service normally has full responsibility for compliance with tax obligations, and normally they perform functions that, if mission critical, are subcontracted or outsourced as a strategy of the organization. So we are finding that workers are entering into employment contracts, employers are drafting employment contracts, but there needs to be more thought into the process of drafting your employment contracts and employing workers. And additionally, we recognize that a lot of workers just sign by the X and have not read what the contracts have said. And the responsibility is on both parties to understand the contract and to ensure that the contract is in keeping with the law. So an employer needs to be sure what talent they need. And if you employ the wrong person for the right job, you're not going to get the productivity that you want, right? The first thing you have to do before you start engaging persons in interviews and selection is to determine what is the need or needs of your organization. What are the talents that you're looking for? And once you have done that, we also recognize there are a lot of workers that have been engaged with no job descriptions. They have no information on the scope of work that they're supposed to do. And it is often that we say, I'm not really following this slide, so we can, I should have said so, pardon me. They're trying to follow me with the slides. Unless you go to key points to consider prior to drafting labor contracts. Right. So in terms of the tasks and duties, it is important that as an employer, you have clarity in terms of who does what in your organization and have clear job descriptions. Otherwise, you will have a problem where there is duplicitous relationship with job functions, and you will have employee frustration and also employer frustration because they are not meeting the targets and expectations. We have to look at whether we need these workers temporary for a short duration or we need them permanently. And I'm saying that these conversations should start in your organization prior to employing the person. What we have happening is that we employ the persons and then we start to put things in place to make it work when it's a little bit too late. We have to have these conversations and decisions made prior to the employment. And I would say that there are some organizations that have to operate with a particular ratio of permanent employees to temporary employees. And it is simply because of the nuances relating to the industry. And we do recognize that this happens in, for instance, the global services sector, one that we call the BPO, where many of our young persons are engaged. But additionally, I want to put it out there that we have to look at the age cohort of the persons that we're trying to employ. And I say that the Gen Zs, they have a totally different approach to how work should work for them. And they are not necessarily interested in longevity and a pension. They are more flexible and want the flexibilities in employment. So they may not want to work for 10 years with one organization, but perhaps they may want to work for an initial year to see whether they want to be living in that particular geographical region, if they want to continue in that particular field, or they want to do something else. So we are recognizing that the persons you are trying to employ as younger workers are not, in many instances, wanting a long-term kind of contract. And that is something that we have to look into as a ministry, along with employers and worker representatives. We have to also determine what will be the pay structure of these workers. And too often, we say, oh, we can't find workers. But the private sector may say, oh, I can bring in a worker from another country, but ends up paying that worker in a better manner in terms of remuneration levels than they would have paid a Jamaican worker. We have to answer some of those questions, whether we should rethink the way that we are compensating our experts and talents in this country. We have to also recognize that employment will be terminated at some point, whether it is by the ending of a contract, retirement, a redundancy, a dismissal. And there should be some clearly specified policy and procedures for the termination of workers. What we recognize is that employers, when they have the situation, they're trying to develop the policies and procedures. And oftentimes, you have already made the errors in terms of termination. So the role of management is to look at making sure that you know the talent you need and look in the right place to find that talent. We have a big skill mismatch in Jamaica at this point. And I was speaking to Heart Trust recently, and they indicated to me that they have persons trained in the TVET, but they're working as cashiers. Why? Because in the area that they live, they can't find work connected to their training, so they've just taken the work that is available. So we need to look at where are we training the persons, who are we training. Organizations need to look at what talent do you need and how you can have the support from training institutions. And I'm happy that Hart has joined us in this roadshow. They will speak a little bit more on that. Headhunting, we have to find the most suitable candidate. Oftentimes, employers just take somebody because you need somebody right now. Then you have the challenge of underperformance, poor performance. All right, so in terms of the key pieces of legislation, the Minimum Wage Act, we have to ensure that we're paying the correct wages according to the Minimum Wage Act. And the labor laws are a minimum standard. We have to remember that. So where organizations have the ability to pay, then they're expected to pay. The Shops and Offices Act, Holidays with Pay Act, Employment Termination and Redundancy Payments Act, Maternity Leave Act, and the Labor Relations and Industrial Disputes Act that speaks to dispute resolution. You should by now have received a blue book, which is the Labor Relations Code. And I normally say to people, it's one of the easiest books to read. If you want to know what a worker should do if they have a grievance, it is in that book on the last 2 printed pages. If you don't have a copy of that book, just put your hand up in the air. We'll be more than happy to provide you with it. Some officers will come with books shortly. And it also speaks to discipline and how to handle discipline, what is called due process. And let me say quickly that the perception is always that, oh, the employer is always held at higher standards. Workers are required to follow due process. And if a worker reports a dispute to the Ministry of Labor, the first thing we do is to ensure that they have first followed due process at the local level before we intervene. So it might not be written in the labor law, but our practice in the Ministry of Labor protects the employer in that way. All right, so I'm wrapping up by saying that when we talk about due process and that blue book that you just received, section 22, it speaks to due process. And I have on the screen, I have summarized it for you. The screen is a little bit pale, but if you follow in your book, you will see, and you can always make markings in your own book. A worker should have the right to be informed of charges if there's a disciplinary matter, and this is in section 22(1)(b). The worker should have the right to confront the accuser, and therefore you should not be having your disciplinary hearings ex parte. The worker must be present, and that is covered under section 22(1)(c). The worker should have the right to answer the charges, and it says that the charges should be in writing. So that's also in section 22(1)(c). The worker should have the right to call witnesses, and section 22(1)(c) covers that. The right to be represented, section 22(1)(c) and 22(2)(e). And I want to say that organizations that have trade unions, there is one final paragraph at the last paragraph in the book. And it says that, and I'm paraphrasing, if a worker is a union delegate, before any disciplinary action can be taken against that worker, the matter must be discussed with a full-time representative of the trade union. And oftentimes, employers are unaware of this, and I'm just bringing that to your attention for those operating in a unionized environment, those online and here in person. And finally, a worker must have the right to an appeal. And I often say that the head of an organization should not sign a dismissal letter, because if you do that, you have inadvertently removed the right of appeal to a level of management not previously involved. And in that little blue book, it says that the worker should have the right of appeal to a level of management not previously involved in the matter. All right, so I want to just close this segment, and if there are any burning questions, we can take it. If not, we have a very interesting segment that will come up. So are there any questions? I'm not seeing any hands. I think that was clear as mud. All right, so thank you so much for listening, and we're moving right into our final panel. And I'm going to be inviting Mrs. Is it Ada? Ada Hassani, a consultant with the Ministry of Labor's Social Protection for Increased Resilience and Opportunity Program, SPARO. And we're going to be inviting you to just come on stage. And her area in this project has to do with the review and enhancement of the electronic labor exchange business process. So the ELE unit is the one that has been primarily responsible for the job fair component of the road shows, and we're looking at how to enhance the business process. I'm also going to invite Mr. Trond Olesen, and I am well aware that pronunciation does not vary when it comes down to somebody's name. You have to say it correctly. So thank you very much and welcome. And Mr. Olesen will be responsible for the review and enhancement of the labor market information system platform. And they'll tell us a little bit about what their work will entail and how it contributes to the enhancement of what we do here. But this segment is really about enabling an entrepreneurship and small business operators. And I heard some questions from the small business operators. I'm also going to invite a representative from the Heart NSTA Trust. I got it right. And she's Mrs. Alicia Hewitt, and she'll be joining us. I think I'm getting a correction to name. Hebert, that's correct. And you cannot call somebody by the wrong name, especially in a situation like this. So thank you very much. And we're going to be having a very interesting conversation. And I'm just going to be opening the mic in a very free flow manner to our panelists. And we're speaking about enabling entrepreneurship and small business operators. And this new project, the Social Protection and for Increased Resilience and Opportunity, has components that you are, or a component that you are connected to ADA. And I just want to find out from you, in terms of the business process review, how important is that in trying to ensure that we create that enabling environment for entrepreneurs, those own account workers, because Jamaica is at 3.5% unemployment. It means that people have to create their own employment, and we want to encourage this. But how do we get ourselves ready as a ministry, as a country, to enable entrepreneurs and also the small businesses? How do we help them to scale? How do we help them to be more resilient?
Yes? Okay. I think it's working.
Okay, we can perhaps change microphone.
Yeah, I think it's working. Yeah,
it's working.
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's working. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, it has been a very interesting day. Thank you. Yes, now it's working much better. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure, it's an honor, actually, to speak in this information session. It has been quite amazing to witness what has happened today in the discussions, of course, but also in the backstage between the job seekers and the employers on the other side of this hotel. And I heard people being happy about finding opportunities in this job fair today. Now, I am asked to talk about entrepreneurship, right? And I looked a little bit at some stats to see what is the economy of Jamaica in terms of its structure. And I see that about 60 to 70% of companies in Jamaica are micro, small, and medium enterprises, which means that this is the backbone of the economy. Also, when we look at the contribution of the GDP, it is around 40% of that contribution of the GDP comes from these enterprises, which means that this is quite an important section of the economy. But why is this something to be discussed by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security? It is because, of course, it's important to support small and micro enterprises to have the necessary staff, to have the necessary skills in order to increase productivity. And there was a lot of discussion today about productivity issue in Jamaica and how that can be enhanced. But on the other side is to look at it from the perspective of an unemployed. How can an unemployed job seeker in fact view startup and view entrepreneurship as a viable option to come out from unemployment? And of course, best practices around the world see three elements very important to creating this viable opportunity for the unemployed. And I'll be speaking a little bit about that today. So the first thing is the skills. So of course we know and we have discussed about skills a little bit and what are required in the labor market. But being an entrepreneur requires some additional skills. And there, to consider a startup or to consider entrepreneurship as an option for you, you also have to understand what are your skills at the moment and what are the additional skills you need to have in order to make that step. And there, public employment services, and in particular, career development officers hold a very important role. I mean, they are the one to guide the job seekers into that very important decision. So that needs to be a discussion between that career development officer and the job seeker in order for them to understand what are the typology of skills needed and how they can navigate the training opportunities in order to increase those skills. The second thing is the support. You need to create a support system for the unemployed because, of course, and many of you in this room today know that creating a business, it's hard, and the majority of businesses fail in the first or the second year of the operation. So creating a support system so that the unemployed feels confident enough to make that step is important, it's crucial. And what other public employment services do is to create a system of training, which means training on how to create business plans in particular, because in order to open the business, you have to have a plan. I mean, it might seem very obvious, but the majority of businesses that start do not have a business plan. They just start from scratch and they just try and they fail and they try and they fail. But for an unemployed whose resources are scarce, it's very important to have the proper planning when they're doing that particular step. So the training itself revolves around not only how to prepare the business plan, but also revolves around understanding the key components of what a business involves, and that relates to finances, relates to pricing, how do you price your products, relate to how do you find your customers, where are your key customers, etc., etc. A very important aspect after the business plan would be also the access to finances. Of course, as I mentioned, the unemployed usually do not have even the knowledge, not only the means, but the knowledge of where to access those finances. And practices elsewhere tell you that there are various options on how to support the job seeker on those finances. Many ministries or public employment services would provide startup grants that would support the job seeker to have that the key means to put the business in their feet, by which I mean key equipment, key finances to promote the business, key finances to, that relate to any regulations that regulate the operation itself. So that access to that grant, if that is possible, it's really crucial. There are other mechanisms that are not providing grants, but are providing loans or particular loans from banks around the countries, like microfinances. Those are important. However, those are used mainly for businesses that have started, and they want to make that change. But for small, let's say for small businesses and for startups or unemployed, grants have shown to be the most beneficial. And that doesn't finish with that. I mean, after you open the business, it's very important to have that mentorship, to have that guidance, so that you can navigate all the challenges that are there in front of you. And practices show that the mentorship can be of various forms. I mean, one-to-one mentorship is the crucial one. And there are aspects of mentorship that relate to legislation and regulations, as you mentioned very well before our interventions. I mean, the job seekers that are starting up probably will not have the knowledge, they will not have the information of where to access the blue book sometimes. So it's important to have that mentorship, so that they don't find themselves in a situation where they are in violation of the key regulations of the labor market. But in addition, not only that, but also tax administration. There are various regulations of tax administration, and I'm sure there are many here as well, that the start-upper needs to know about, so that they don't fail with those aspects. But apart from there, it's also the mentorship in order to grow and to be operational, to be on their feet. And that relates to putting the products or putting the entire production line in place so that the products can be sellable. And that also requires some support that usually is provided by the mentorship. And there are various other aspects that support, and I would like to touch upon marketing. And of course, we talked a lot about marketing as well during some interventions earlier. And also digital skills, like digital marketing, that has become kind of the key component or the key skill of businesses today. So in order to create enabling or to create a startup program or a self-employment program that is called in other countries, you need to have the skills, you need to have the support system, and you need to have the enabling environment for that to happen. And of course, this cannot be done alone. You need to have the partnerships in place so that that can be implemented fully. As I've seen during the days that I've been visiting around in various parishes in Jamaica, I can see the culture, that it's a culture of having things done. You want to have things done. So I think that is the kind of attitude that supports to providing such a policy for unemployed job seeker. And to create a policy that provides unemployed job seekers also with this as an option, not only to be employed, but also to have the entrepreneurship attitude as well. Thank you.
Right. I like that point you ended on, to have the right entrepreneurship attitude. And as a ministry, we have recognized that our roadshows were providing options mainly for persons who were seeking employment, not wanting to do their own business per se. But we have deliberately, in this roadshow, adjusted our strategy to have a component for persons who want to do their own businesses as self-employed. And we are partnering with many organizations. I want to recognize, as I have before, the Hard NSTA Trust and the JN Bank that was present today. And we have been in dialogue with other partner state and non-state actors that will support this initiative to do two streams, as you alluded to. The career development officer needs to determine what stream is most appropriate for that person who presents, whether it is for employment or for entrepreneurship. And at that Y junction, WHY, but Y junction, we have to recognize that the persons have to have the right attitude and approaches. And I do know that Hart is getting very geared up to respond on that. But, Trond, you have done a lot of interventions in terms of providing access to the information that is going to help that person to determine whether they want to pursue business in a particular industry through the labor market information that is available. And you have also done work with platforms that provide them the access. The place I'm going to take you is that we speak about having an inclusive labor market, having more persons who are regarded as vulnerable groups being included in the labor market, persons with disabilities, women, rural workers, and we are having a lot more of our Jamaicans that are staying local and working global. I came across a young man who said to me that he works with a firm in the UK. He has never physically met his team, but he is part of a very vibrant team, and he would have been selected through an online platform. So I just want to just ask you to just speak about the way the world, the globe is going in terms of opening and reducing the boundaries, opening the borders for employment, and even within a national context, removing those obstacles to employment through the use of the LMI's platform.
Oh boy. Well, this is...
That was a mouthful.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. We've been spending Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday around Jamaica, and it's exactly what the others say. It's it really strikes me as Jamaicans want to get things done. Yes. You know,
yes.
It's not, is this my job or is that your job, or we'll help out and do everything. It's been very enlightening to see. It's been very good. Remote job is becoming, so my background is in computer science. So I'm a geek. And I worked in a lot of startup companies in Silicon Valley. It doesn't matter anymore where you are physically. If you work in a help desk, if you work in programming, if you work in anything that doesn't require you to be on site. It does require you sometimes to be up at night, because sometimes you want to be in Bulgaria, and the company you work with is in Singapore. So the time zones doesn't overlap exactly. But the important thing is internet, and the internet has really made this viable. The internet is really good, and it's becoming better and better. Even on cruise ships now, they allow you to get on the internet. You can actually go on a cruise and still do work 8 to 5 or whatever time zone you might be stuck in. You just, if you just have access to the internet, you have computer skills, you can work anytime, anywhere with any company in the world. It's important to find those opportunities though. And one of the things that an LMS can provide you is finding those things. One of the things that strikes me is, before I came down here, is why aren't there any more outsourcing to Jamaica? There are outsourcing to South America. I'm sorry, I'm speaking from somebody who lives in the United States. And constantly see people, hey, I constantly get emails about, we have people to, on Java or whatever it might be. We can help you. We can help you on a QA, you can help you on all these different things. And it strikes me, I'd never see anything from Jamaica. I see Costa Rica, I see South America, I see Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia and so on. One of the things is you're in the same time zone as Canada and United States, huge countries of opportunities. And you speak English. South America, in quotes, everybody speaks English, but there's a level that you have to get to. And in Costa Rica, you have great people. In Argentina, you have very good people, but their English is not that good. And communication is key to any company, and especially for a startup company. You need to make sure that you can correctly relay what it is that you want to get, so that you get that back, be it in any type of industry that you're at. Jamaica speaks English. Why don't you take advantage of that? There can be programs established from the Ministerial Labor and Social Security, or do a private public cooperation here, and basically say, you can gather these people that actually know, and it doesn't have to be one company, right? You don't have to create company ABC and say, hey, we have people that you can use from Canada, from United States, from Europe. It really doesn't matter again. But it can be, if we can get all this type of information, if you can get your background into the job portal, presently it's called lmis.gov.jm. If you can get your information in there, people can actually find you. And what the ministry and what Jamaica can do is promote this throughout the world. Promote it in North America, promote it in Europe. Those are the two areas of the world that pays the best. So why not go high first? And again, communication is key. You speak English. Take advantage of it.
That is a bang to end that intervention. You speak English. Take advantage. We are in a time zone with the United States and Canada. Why aren't we taking great advantage of opportunities in outsourcing? The internet is very important. So if you are looking at entrepreneurship or operating a small business, the internet is almost like your pen. It is essential to communicating. And I'm hearing you very clearly that you are implicitly agreeing that the borders have collapsed because you can work from anywhere in the world. Once you find that job, you are able to convert to that time zone very easily. And I will admit that even last week I had to do that, because in the meetings I attended, it's 4 a.m. in Jamaica, but it is 9 a.m. in the destination that I've joined that meeting. And we have to recognize that it's not business as usual if you're an entrepreneur or a small business operator. You have to operate flexibly. And there is no longer a business hour or business hours, because you have to recognize that it is always time for business in some country. And once you are flexible in your thought processes, that is a good place to start. And you speak English. All right, so thank you very much for that, Trond. We're coming back to you. But I'm going to move over to our colleague, Alicia, from the Heart NSTA Trust. And we heard about the digital platform. There are a lot of persons that they are in business, but they have a technological challenge. There are persons, as we heard from Ada, that they want to do business, but they have no information on what is required, the key areas of knowledge that they need. What are the programs and the support that the Heart NSTA is providing to entrepreneurship, enabling entrepreneurship and small business operators in Jamaica?
Good afternoon, everyone. As I formulate my response, I was fortunate enough to be a part of the group that our minister mentioned this morning that graduated last year. I was actually one of the facilitators for that entrepreneurship group. So we have programs in place that persons can actually be a part of. We have different training that we partner with different entities from different time to time. It's not only the formal training as in how to start up a business, but what we will do is that we will help you to formulate a business plan. We have officers who are assigned to work with the trainees or past trainees. So for example, if someone is enrolled in a program, say for example, electrical or welding, during the process of training, you can decide that I want to start up my business. So this is where we answer the why question, where the CDOs play their part, the analysis is done, and the business development officers will be contacted to provide that coaching or mentorship to ensure that the proposal is done. We can assist with the registration of the business. And even after that is completed, we have what is called the grant funding, where we provide funding to assist persons who are starting up their businesses.
All right, so if you are currently enrolled in a Heart program, thinking of joining a program at the Heart NSTA, what I have just learned is that it is not just simply about the training, but there is also the intervention that gives an opportunity for persons to become entrepreneurs. And as we hear that, I just want to ask a follow-up question. We spoke about, with Trond, the fact that we speak about an inclusive labor market. What are the provisions that you have for persons with disabilities and also for other vulnerable groups? And I say other vulnerable groups because you do have persons who, for some reason or another, may not be able to participate because they are challenged financially, etc., in traveling to your locations. What is your online presence? That's the kind of question I'm asking you.
All right, thanks much for that question. First, I want to respond to yes, we have programs that cater for persons with disabilities. So provisions has been made. There are different training programs that persons with disabilities can be enrolled in. We go as far as trying to place these persons with disabilities in different industries. So persons who are interested, they can reach out to the parish offices or the regional offices across the island, and we can provide you with that information. We do treat with persons, we have what we call the at-risk groups or the at-risk youths, persons who are living in volatile areas. So what we will do is that we have different intervention programs where we will go from time to time in these communities, provide training opportunities for them and assessment where they can be certified. For example, you may have somebody, a group of persons living in a deep rural community. What a location will do that offers, for example, say, painting or wall and floor tiling is that we will plan an assessment day and we will go into these communities once the persons are available and we will do the necessary assessments to have them certified. So we do treat with those persons. And I believe the final comment is on the fact that we have a mixed modality as it relates to training, where we will facilitate persons online as also face-to-face. So we have the facilities in place to allow for what we are now calling hybrid training, where you do online classes and face-to-face. Because what you're realizing, we are living in a world where, as was said, the hours of work have changed. And you have persons that are trainees and they are working online, they're working more than one job. So we provide that facility where they can be trained online.
All right, so digitization is one of the key areas that policy has to address, and your organization, our organization, we are looking actively at embracing greater offerings that provide a digital presence. Now, we have spoken about job seekers and the fact that they may want to become entrepreneurs. We've spoken about making an inclusive labor market, creating space for entrepreneurship for persons in vulnerable groups and less represented in the labor force. But I want to take us to another place, that of second career persons. Because we do have a lot of workers who are still at work, but they have already left the work. And I say it in this way, that they have become disengaged, although they continue to go to a physical employee-employer relationship. But they are apprehensive, they are scared of taking that deep dive, or shall I say, soaring higher. And they just need a thought from you in terms of how do they become engaged in that dream of entrepreneurship, in that dream of operating their small business or scaling their small business. And I'll start with you, Ada.
Firstly, I would just say, just do it. I mean, you have to take that step. And nobody will take you by your hand and guide you if you don't take that first step. So I think it's important to understand that if there is nothing that you can take from a job or that a job can give you, then the life cycle of that job is finished. So you just do it. The second thing I would say is that look out for opportunities. I mean, yes, it's difficult sometimes to be active in the labor market. And of course, with Mrs. Miller-Stennett, we will talk about like how important it is to be active in the labor market. So look out for opportunities. Go and look for information. And of course, sites and portals like the LMIS or other portals that are available are a good source of information to understand if there are other jobs for you that you might be looking for. And if not, just do take that step and look out for other opportunities that help you to catch that dream. Yeah.
So a sense of fulfillment is required.
Yes.
And I recognize that you're saying, look for that other opportunity. And we are going to look at what are the skill sets that the person has. But just piggybacking on what you said, we have to look at continuous learning and lifelong learning as well. And as it relates to preparedness for work in terms of the Ministry of Labor, we are doing our job readiness training and so. But perhaps, and I'm throwing that out to you, we may have to have an entrepreneur readiness training as well. What is your thought on that?
Absolutely. That would be an added value, absolutely, for the Electronic Labor Exchange Office within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, because it is important that when job seekers go to an office, they have available all the services that could be provided to them. I mean, I understand that there are several options in here, but it's important to have one single point, that when you enter in that single point, there is one career development officer that assesses you and prepares you. And this can be to prepare you for job readiness, so how ready you are to get that job opportunity, or as you're saying, an entrepreneurship readiness as well. But I think here crucial is also from the side of the ministry to have that one-stop shop approach to it, that when a job seeker goes to an office, they get whatever is needed in that office and doesn't go in various institutions, in various offices all the time. Yeah.
Okay, one-stop shop. I see you're already getting a question, but I'll come back to you if you just hold the question. Please don't forget your question. All right, Trond. So, we are asking the question, a second career person, they have worked for many years in a particular area, but they are 100% sure that although they continue to go to work, they have already left that job. What can they benefit from that electronic platform?
Yeah, one of the things I want to say, startup is not for everybody.
Very important. It is not for everybody.
I've done for more than 20 years. I've done startup companies. Some have been successful. Some have been failure. You always have more failures than you have successes. It means that you have an uncertain future. It really depends on yourself and what it is that you can do, what your idea is, what your product is. Will it actually have people that will buy it? But if you are convinced, and you can do your own research while exactly what Ada said, you can do that research while you're working. You can do that research while you're out with your friends. You can do that research when you go, oh, why do I have to do this? Why isn't there something to do this in different things for me? And also, everybody who starts a business knows there are two main things that cost, and as labor, people, and as office.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say, if you can have a place where office is as low as possible or free, that instantaneously help your business. What a platform, so a labor management information system, or what I like to call it, an integrated labor management system. It doesn't just provide jobs and job openings. It doesn't just match jobs with job seekers. It also has training. It also has, you know, all these different things that it can be. It has, and it should not just match you with a job. It should say, hey, Tron, you applied for this job, but you're not quite there. You know, you got I ranked you, you know, as 47% of this. But here are these three different things that these three different courses that you can take that will actually, if you fulfill all these, you will get the skills in order to do that job. There's no reason why you can't do the same thing with entrepreneurship. So what kind of skills do you need? There's a lot of soft skills, right? But there's also hard skills that you need. Exactly what Ada talked about. It's you need to have you know, how do I write a business plan? What do I do? Where do I get my money? Do I have enough money? Most of us, at least me, we don't have enough money to say, hey, I can start hiring people now. But where can I go out and get that money? All these different hard skills can be taught. And there are training courses that actually address these different things. So a labor management system, or integrated labor management system, should have these different things available to you. Heck, they could also even have videos that shows you, you know, it can show you how to dress for an interview. If it can show you how to dress for an interview, it can also show you, you know, here's how you find resources to actually write your business plan. Where do I go to find those resources? Are there training courses online that I can do that? So an integrated labor management system is more than just labor management information. It also has all these different things.
Okay, so it is an integrated LMI system. Now, you mentioned that it should be able to show us where we are falling short and what are some of those hard skills that are needed. But very importantly, you started by saying operating as an entrepreneur requires certain additional characteristics. And some persons might say it's innate in terms of person's personality, and it requires certain knowledge. And oftentimes people fail because they have not done that kind of assessment. And the integrated, and I would want even to say intelligent LMI system will give that kind of support.
It can.
That's right.
Yes.
All right, so
you just have to put it into the system and make sure that you promote it so people actually know that they can find it there. And you can also make it, in quotes, automated. As I said before, you know, you can start looking. If you look for a job, you know, as a chef, and it says, well, Tron, you don't have all the different things that you need. So again, these are the different things I can show to you in order to say, hey, I can get you started.
And it's very important to know that you are having these gaps. You're 47% ready, not 100, and you know exactly what you require. All right, so thank you very much for those very important nuggets. Alicia, there's a burning question. I'm still going to ask you to hold a little bit longer. Alicia, for the second career person, they want to know, what do you have for them in the Heart NSTA? Are there any special programs, or what are some of the programs that you find more second career persons coming back for?
All right. I just want to add to the first question that was asked, just to piggyback. For those persons who want to make that choice, I want to say, analyze the situation. evaluate the risk, look at the opportunities that are out there, look at the threats that are out there, look at your strengths, look at your weaknesses. An entrepreneur is someone who gravitates towards risk. So you have to be a risk taker, and you have to own what you want to do. What we are realizing now, especially with the boom in the construction industry, you're finding where I actually have colleagues in my office who are coming to work in their suits, but they're general construction trainees because they now want to go into that field. They're making a second career choice because guess what? They're realizing that the 9 to 5 over a period of time, so these persons are coming to work in their suits, but they're aspiring to be contractors, they're aspiring to be project managers, so they're choosing different career paths. But I just want to also add that as it relates to the new and emerging skills that we're offering, we are currently offering digital construction. So persons are engaged in building out your drawings online with the use of technology. We are offering additive manufacturing. We are offering mechatronics, optoelectronics, robotics, and even drone technology. And all of these programs, new and emerging skills that I just mentioned, they're being offered here in our region. We are in St. Elizabeth. We have Junction, to be exact. We have our Center of Excellence where persons can actually enroll and be a part of these programs in the new and emerging skills to have that second career.
Okay, new and emerging skills. I'm very interested in that drone technology because I think that is going to be something that will be very useful to many of us. Perhaps we start using drones for groceries soon.
And in agriculture too, because we are using the drone technology as it relates to the fertilizing the field. So as was mentioned earlier this morning, because of the climate change. So instead of the persons being out in the field, you can utilize the drone technology to add the fertilizer to the crops. You can utilize even in reaping, because the robotics program that we have, if we were to be on display here today, we have created some robots that they are coded to pick fruits based on the different colors. They can go and they know what is ripe and what is not. So we are moving with the change in technology.
All right, so I don't know if you heard Mr. Sampson, the robotics at heart. They're training persons to use drones to even pick the fruits. So we have to ensure that we have an integrated system when we are planning our businesses. All right, so I do know that there is a burning question, and the microphone will be given to the gentleman to my left. I recognize when Ada spoke and Tron spoke, he was itching to speak.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Kawin Hall, and I'm from Alexandria St. Anne, but I came here because I know you guys were here. So to get information, because I'm an information person. So when I hear you guys touch on the topic of entrepreneurship, I'm an entrepreneur for 7 years, going all over Jamaica. But the situation is that I want to know is from you guys that what happened to people in Jamaica, or a person like me who have a beautiful business plan, right? How do they grow from where they are? Because it's not an easy task to grow. Like me, I have a beautiful idea, but I have no growth. As I said here, I've been here for 7 years, but it seems like there is no growth. So how will I go about it? That is my question to you guys.
So it's almost as if you feel that your business is a good idea, but it's stagnant at the moment.
Yes, which is correct.
How do you get out of the mud?
Which is correct.
Like you feel like you're stuck in the mud. How do you get out? And how do you run faster?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know who's going to take that, but...
So I've done a lot of startup companies. The first thing is you have to have a product that sells. So is there a market out there for your product? That's in certain circumstances, if your idea is good enough, Facebook, for example, Facebook didn't make money for, 10 years, for years and years. But they had a great idea, and people saw the potential of the product, Facebook. So you can get, and they got millions and millions and millions of dollars in order to grow their business without having to have a product, really, without having to generate revenue. That's the exception. What you normally need is you have to, if you can get your business started such that you have customers, then you say, hey, there's a market for my product. Doesn't matter where it is, but there's a market for my product. Now I can go to financial institutions, and it could be anything from banks, sometimes venture capitalists. You know, there are many different avenues of revenue, and try to convince them. But if you can come to the financial institution and say, hey, I have a business idea, and you have to pitch your idea again, but I already have customers. Your level, the level of interest from the financial institution will go straight up.
Yes, yes.
Exactly. So what you need to then show them is your business plan to say, if I get this infusion of money,
yes, sir.
I will use the money in order to do these different things.
Yes, sir.
And when I do these different things, this is what most likely is going to happen to my business, and hopefully it's going to be, you know, in Silicon Valley you have the hockey stick.
Okay, sir.
Right, and it's everybody has this. So to start with, you make almost no money, and all of a sudden you turn the corner and it goes straight up.
Yes.
Sometimes that flat bit can be years. I mean, again, if you go back to Facebook, there was no revenue, there was no income for years, and then all of a sudden they turn it on and it went straight up.
Yes.
So don't be surprised when you show the financial institution that you have a hockey stick when it comes to revenue, and they go, oh yeah. You have to also be able to substantiate it. Why is it that you can make this? How big a percentage of your market do you need in order to double your revenue from now to next year? And you don't have to have a huge, so it all depends on how big the market is, right? If the market is $1 billion, if you get 1% of that market, you're making a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Understandable.
So you don't have to, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to try to sell them on, oh, I'm going to get 50% of this market. It doesn't have to be there. But you do have to convince them that you have a business idea. If you have customers, much better. And then you have to show them what money you're going to take and what you're going to do with it, and what that money is going to do with your business.
Okay, sir. Understandable.
All right, Ada, you wanted to jump in?
No, I wanted to add only one small element to what Ron is saying, that is partnership. You know, there are many other people out there that might be in similar situation to what you were just describing. And sometimes, okay, maybe that might not fit very well sometimes with the market economy, so you are all competitors. But when you find businesses that can complement sometimes your business, those type of partnerships make also an added value to your product. So think about, I don't know, tourism. You know, it can be a hotel business, but a hotel business will have, let's say, customers that are sleeping many nights in the hotel, and they will require some activities to be conducted. So if you are providing that additional activity and partnering with a hotel, of course, the service that you are offering will not only have more customers, but also will add value, and will probably have a better price as well. So I think finding the right partners in business is also very important.
Very interesting. that value added and finding the right partners as well. All right, I see that there is one other question before we bring the curtains down on this discussion. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I have worked with a number of small businesses and in the local market, as well as trained like youth groups to start their own businesses under various international development organization programs. So what I wanted to have was an idea of what kind of business he does. And he says it's in household and appliances. That's a very broad area. Yeah. So you sell products, you buy and resell products? Okay.
Yes, because I get this opportunity to speak, I can speak now, all right? So basically, if you notice around, they call some spin mops. Like these always advertised on the TV, the international air. So I'm the one who's responsible to bring them across the island. So these spin mop buckets that spin and dry by itself, I'm the one responsible for it. So I've been going through that for 7 years. But sometimes, it's like I said, like 3 containers already. Going forth, not me for someone, but I'm the one who market it and bring it across the market platform. But at times I feel like as if I'm stuck because as she was saying, you have to find the right partners to partner with. And at times I feel as if there's no growth. You understand me? So that is the reason why I'm bringing it towards you.
Okay, so when you speak to that, immediately I think of government agencies, cleaning services, who would be your natural market. Is that right? Or do you target households? Okay, so perhaps what I would suggest is you look at the industrial market. So you look, for example, at a Ministry of Labor, you find out who has a contract for their cleaning, and you target those organizations. You look at the hospitals, you look at the schools, you look at the hotels, because normally they contract out those services. So it seems to me that you probably have maximized the household market and you need to be looking at a different sector. So that would be my suggestion. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. I did say one last question, but somebody stepped into the room and she works with persons who are deaf. And I had a hallway conversation with her, and I just wanted to find out what are some of the challenges that persons with disabilities, especially the deaf, have in seeking employment and also self-employment.
Thank you so much. I seem to have walked in at the right time.
You did.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so I am formerly with the Caribbean Christian Center for the Deaf, which is close to Northern Caribbean University. And the students there, they do vocational training to particular levels in conjunction with heart, as well as, of course, academic subjects. But one of the things that I'm doing primarily on a voluntary basis is interpreting for deaf adults that are unemployed, primarily females. A lot of the ladies, it's more difficult for them to find jobs. Of course, we emphasize at the school that, you know, they do their best, and as you know, young people, deaf or able-bodied, they are very good in technology, computer, etc. But it's very difficult to find jobs. So the ladies, one of them, this one, they are just, they're ready to do casual employment, and I heard mention of cleaning. They have just completed the hospitality course, so they are qualified in that area, qualified in many different areas. But specific to your question, they have difficulty finding jobs because they're competing with the hearing counterparts. And of course, when they are interviewed, if it's a choice between a hearing person and a deaf person, then it is difficult. I always say that, and I explained to a few of the employers that I did the interviews with today, I said, if it is a task that can be demonstrated, for example, if they're going to be working in the kitchen and you demonstrate what exactly you want them to do, they will do it. They are very alert, they are very astute, they follow instructions very well. For myself, although I'm doing it on a voluntary basis, if someone gets a job, I offer to do orientation, I'll go in with them, offer also to come to your workplaces if you're having difficulty, if you're having a staff meeting, etc., etc., etc. So I make myself available. But I really do want to say they are very skilled persons. They're skilled in a variety of areas, and they just need to be given an opportunity. They just need to be.
Thank you very much for that. And the Ministry of Labour and Social Security joins you in the call to give increased opportunities for persons with disabilities. They are very skilled and require the opportunities. The support is available, and we encourage all employers to consider the inclusive labor market to include persons with disabilities, the deaf, hearing impaired, persons with mental and physical disabilities. Thank you. So, as we bring the curtain down, we will ask our panelists for their. I am told that there is one question from the media.
All right, good day. All right, so just a quick question. For persons who are leaving training institutions, especially, first of all, you're told that you want, an employer will tell you that you want 5 years experience, for example, unless you're involved in some level of course, that is encouraged. What's that term?
Internship.
Internship or volunteerism,
voluntary
right?
Work.
Unless you do that, then how else do you make up those numbers? One, in terms of one of the major and most terrifying questions for somebody who is seeking a job, especially when it comes to that point of desperation, you'll find that the question that persons fear the most or get confused the most is when they ask, what is your expected salary? And oftentimes persons do not know for sure the pay scale, what the job is, what is valued, what a position is valued. So what will happen is I'll calculate my rent, my transportation, how much I want to save, grandma medication. All right, cool. Give me $10. But the capacity is valued $30. And so they'll say, all right, we're paying you $13. And then when you hear from other persons, then they're making like $20 for that same position. And so we would ask, what is there for the persons leaving training institutions, leaving college, leaving, whatever, and going into the workforce? How do they tackle that? How do you know what pay scale? Because of course you can search online and all that and see what it is valued. But then you go on your bowl high and them say, no, we can't afford that. So how do we deal with that?
Well, we're going to throw that one directly at Alicia from the Hard NSDA Trust. And then I'm going to ask the panelists to just give their wrap on today's discussion about enabling entrepreneurship and small business operators. So Alicia?
Before I hand it over, can I just say,
it's flexible,
a fully functioning integrated labor management system will have that type of information, because it should have information about all jobs everywhere in Jamaica, and how much that those jobs pay on average. So you should be able to, once we have it, we don't have it right now, but once we have it, you will be able to see what the minimum, the maximum, and the average is. So now you can actually go online to the ILMS and find out, oh, this is what okay, so I can actually ask for this much. And of course, it also will depend on where you live in Jamaica, but and a fully functioning ILMS will actually give you that information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's a very tall one to answer, because I remember when I completed my first degree and 5 years experience, so I was always saying, Lord, where am I going to get 5 years experience from? But for the Heart and Estate Trust, what we will do is that we get our trainees involved. So we allow them to participate in volunteerism. So they will get some amount of experience based on their skill areas. So for example, we are doing what we have now, a national impact project, where we are renovating homes that were affected by burial. So the trainees will become involved, and they'll do the construction work, they'll do the electrical work. So they have that as volunteerism. We also place them on work study, or some persons will call it job experience, where they are placed in the industry and they are allowed to get that hands-on experience. And also, not to say that, but we have labs that you will get experience from. So while you have the practical sessions, you'll have the theory sessions that give you that hands-on experience. Not that it will accumulate to the 5 years experience, but we will give you what we can to ensure that you're ready for the industry. And after completing training, we have industry partners that partner with us, that once persons visit the different regional offices, we have placement officers who will seek jobs for persons and make the necessary recommendations. I want to say also, as it relates to the person who may be going out there for seeking a job, it is equally important on your part to ensure that you do some amount of research. So based on my qualifications and my experience, I'm entering into the world of work. How do I find out? How do I find somebody to tell me, give me an insight? We have to do that amount of research, because it is on our part when we market ourselves to ensure that this is it. And just to put a wrap on it, even for entrepreneurs, when you're entering into certain industry, as was mentioned earlier, what is it that I have? The industry may be at $1 billion, but not all industries operate at the same level. So when I enter in this industry, the level of risk that I'm taking, what are the expected results? What are the expected return on investment? Is it a low-yielding industry, or it is one that will skyrocket in a short time? So we have to ensure that we analyze the situations before we actually go ahead and take the risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ada will close out this session with her wrap on enabling entrepreneurship and small business operators.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to say something on the question that this gap and growing gap of expectations of job seekers entering the labor market and employers on the other side, it's not just in Jamaica. I mean, this you'll find it everywhere, and this is because of various reasons, and let's go not into that, but that gap is growing a lot, and I think it's something that needs to be addressed, and I think both panelists address some of the ways on how to address these issues. And of course, exposing yourself to the world of work before you graduate is important, so that you understand a little bit how the labor market is operating. You cannot find a job that is a managing position and pays you very well as soon as you leave the desk of your school, you know, as soon as you enter the labor market. I don't think that anyone in this table started off like that. So I think that exposing yourself to the world of work and understanding the realities of work before you graduate, I think is crucial, so that you kind of have a good expectation of what will be the labor market like for you. Other than that, it has been a very interesting discussion, and I'm sure that everyone is a bit tired from a very long day, so I won't take too long for this. But thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. It was a real pleasure. And I am very thankful and happy that I will be working with the ministry for the upcoming months. I'm sure that there are very exciting and interesting things that we'll be doing together. So I hope to see you soon in the future. Thank you.
And thank you too. No man, we have to clap them better than that. It has been quite an interesting discussion. And on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, we want to thank you very much for making the time to be here with us in person. And I do know that we are streaming live, and therefore persons will be able to listen to the discussions even beyond today. And we want to thank all the persons who have joined us online for this discussion and in person. Again, on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, we had a wonderful regional roadshow, Manchester 2025. That's right. Thank you.